Our story, I'm going to make you listen to a story. Okay, I'm going to play a story. You are going to listen to the story. Okay, a 5 minute story. 5 minute, 1 minute, 2 minute, 3 minute, 4 minute, 5 minute story. Okay, you listen, you will listen 3 times. One time, 2 times, 3 times. I will play it and you will listen to it 3 times. Okay? And after that, you will do what I call imitation. Okay. Just follow me. Okay.
Once upon a time, when animals still had the ability.
So, can you hear it? Unmute yourself and tell me if you can hear it.
Yes.
Okay, good. Good. Listen carefully.
Once upon a time, when animals still had the ability to speak, a huge buffalo was living on the shepherd's farm. The buffalo was helping the shepherd in the field work, and the shepherd was doing his best to make him happy. One day, the shepherd, who was taking the buffalo to graze, sat under an apple tree to get some rest. At that moment, a hungry, cunning wolf sneaked up and followed them.
That buffalo would be a great lunch for me. But I need to get rid of that human.
The wolf suddenly appeared before the buffalo and the shepherd.
Arr! I have a few questions for you. If you can't answer, the buffalo is mine.
The shepherd and the buffalo were very curious about what the cunning wolf would ask.
Why does a buffalo serve a human when he has such powerful horns, huh?
Well, because I plow the shepherd's field, and he feeds me the best food.
Well, how can a shepherd make this huge buffalo serve him? Is that a magic cane in your hand?
No, it's not the cane that's magical, it's our wisdom.
The wolf did not understand what the shepherd meant.
Your wisdom? What's that? That's not an answer. Now I can take this buffalo home if I want. But I'm very curious about this thing called wisdom, too.
It's not with me, but if you want, I can show you wisdom on one condition.
What's that condition?
Until I bring the wisdom, I will tie you to this tree so that the buffalo will be safe while I'm gone.
The wolf was so curious about the thing called wisdom that he even agreed to be tied to a tree. While the shepherd was leaving to bring back wisdom, the buffalo was grinning at what would happen to the wolf. Although the wolf could not understand why the buffalo was laughing, he continued to wait for the shepherd for hours. After a while, the shepherd came out with a big box in his hand. He opened the lid of the box, but the wolf saw that the box was empty.
Well, wisdom, where is it? Did you bring it?
It's inside, right there in the corner. If you don't see it, let me untie you so you can take a closer look.
As soon as the wolf got into the box to see the wisdom, the shepherd closed the lid on him.
Help! Help!
Wisdom is too precious to fit in a box, dear wolf.
Wisdom is in the mind, and you can only find it by searching for it like hidden treasure. I promise I will never underestimate the minds of others again. Now I will be more generous and smarter. Please, get me out of here.
The wolf remained in the box for a whole day. The next morning, the shepherd and buffalo saw the wolf learned a good lesson and took him out of the box.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
From that day on, the wolf got along better with other animals in the forest and respected everyone's mind, from flying birds to tiny insects. Once upon a time, when animals still had the ability to speak, a huge buffalo was living on the shepherd's farm. The buffalo was helping the shepherd in the field work, and the shepherd was doing his best to make him happy. One day, the shepherd, who was taking the buffalo to graze, sat under an apple tree to get some rest. At that moment, a hungry, cunning wolf sneaked up and followed them.
That buffalo would be a great lunch for me. But I need to get rid of that human.
The wolf suddenly appeared before the buffalo and the shepherd.
I have a few questions for you. If you can't answer, the buffalo is mine.
The shepherd and the buffalo were very curious about what the cunning wolf would ask.
Why does a buffalo serve a human when he has such powerful horns, huh?
Well, because I plow the shepherd's field, and he feeds me the best food.
Well, how can a shepherd make this huge buffalo serve him? Is that a magic cane in your hand?
No, it's not the cane that's magical, it's our wisdom.
The wolf did not understand what the shepherd meant.
Your wisdom? What's that? That's not an answer. Now I can take this buffalo home if I want. But I'm very curious about this thing called wisdom, too.
It's not with me, but if you want, I can show you wisdom on one condition.
What's that condition?
Until I bring the wisdom, I will tie you to this tree so that the buffalo will be safe while I'm gone.
The wolf was so curious about the thing called wisdom that he even agreed to be tied to a tree. While the shepherd was leaving to bring back wisdom, the buffalo was grinning at what would happen to the wolf. Although the wolf could not understand why the buffalo was laughing, he continued to wait for the shepherd for hours. After a while, the shepherd came out with a big box in his hand. He opened the lid of the box, but the wolf saw that the box was empty.
Well, wisdom? Where is it? Did you bring it?
It's inside, right there in the corner. If you don't see it, let me untie you so you can take a closer look.
As soon as the wolf got into the box to see the wisdom, the shepherd closed the lid on him.
Help! Help!
Wisdom is too precious to fit in a box, dear wolf.
Wisdom is in the mind, and you can only find it by searching for it like hidden treasure.
I promise I will never underestimate the minds of others again. Now I will be more generous and smarter. Please, get me out of here.
The wolf remained in the box for a whole day. The next morning, the shepherd and buffalo saw the wolf learned a good lesson and took him out of the box.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
From that day on, the wolf got along better with other animals in the forest and respected everyone's mind, from flying birds to tiny insects. Once upon a time, when animals still had the ability to speak, a huge buffalo was living on the shepherd's farm. The buffalo was helping the shepherd in the field work, and the shepherd was doing his best to make him happy. One day, the shepherd, who was taking the buffalo to graze, sat under an apple tree to get some rest. At that moment, a hungry, cunning wolf sneaked up and followed them.
That buffalo would be a great lunch for me. But I need to get rid of that human.
The wolf suddenly appeared before the buffalo and the shepherd.
I have a few questions for you. If you can't answer, the buffalo is mine.
The shepherd and the buffalo were very curious about what the cunning wolf would ask.
Why does a buffalo serve a human when he has such powerful horns, huh?
Well, because I plow the shepherd's field, and he feeds me the best food.
Well, how can a shepherd make this huge buffalo serve him? Is that a magic cane in your hand?
No, it's not the cane that's magical, it's our wisdom.
The wolf did not understand what the shepherd meant.
Your wisdom? What's that? That's not an answer. Now I can take this buffalo home if I want. But I'm very curious about this thing called wisdom, too.
It's not with me, but if you want, I can show you wisdom on one condition.
What's that condition?
Until I bring the wisdom, I will tie you to this tree so that the buffalo will be safe while I'm gone.
The wolf was so curious about the thing called wisdom that he even agreed to be tied to a tree. While the shepherd was leaving to bring back wisdom, the buffalo was grinning at what would happen to the wolf. Although the wolf could not understand why the buffalo was laughing, he continued to wait for the shepherd for hours. After a while, the shepherd came out with a big box in his hand. He opened the lid of the box, but the wolf saw that the box was empty.
Well, wisdom, where is it? Did you bring it?
It's inside, right there in the corner. If you don't see it, let me untie you so you can take a closer look.
As soon as the wolf got into the box to see the wisdom, the shepherd closed the lid on him.
Help! Help!
Wisdom is too precious to fit in a box, dear wolf.
Wisdom is in the mind, and you can only find it by searching for it like hidden treasure.
I promise I will never underestimate the minds of others again. Now I will be more generous and smarter. Please, get me out of here.
The wolf remained in the box for a whole day. The next morning, the shepherd and buffalo saw the wolf learned a good lesson and took him out of the box.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
From that day on, the wolf got along better with other animals in the forest and respected everyone's mind, from flying birds to tiny insects.
Okay. Now, practice imitation. We are going to imitate. So this is how we will do it. I play the audio.
Once upon a time.
Once upon a time. Once upon a time. So I want you to repeat after it, but to imitate, to say the same thing.
Once upon a time.
Once upon a time. So I want you to do it now. So if I call your name, you say it, you repeat it, okay? If I play it and I say, Ren, can you repeat? Then I want you to repeat, okay? So I will call you by your names and you will repeat it. I want you to see how you pronounce it, okay? I want you to see your pronunciation, how you manage to speak English. This is just to a little practice to see how it goes, okay? So maybe some of you already know this story and you can already speak some English, you can understand, it's okay. But if you don't know, if it is your first time, it's no problem also. So just pay attention and repeat. So let's go. Marcia, are you ready? I want you to repeat this part. So I will play it and I want you to repeat, okay?
Once upon a time, when animals still had the ability to speak.
Okay, let's go, Marcia.
It's very once time.
Do you want me
the animals
Okay. You forgot. Okay, one more time. Hold on. One more time.
okay.
Once upon a time, when animals still had the ability to speak.
One animal time, the animal
Okay,
is
anyway.
very quickly.
Good job, good job. Okay, next person. Ren. Ren, can you repeat this?
Once upon a time, when animals still had the ability to speak.
Once upon time, one animals. Le reste là, j'ai pas pu capter. C'est un peu rapide.
Okay,
Sinon, j'arrive à entendre.
I know. Try it again, one more time. Let me play it.
Okay.
Once upon a time, when animals still had the ability to speak.
Wow.
Okay, no.
Once
Yes?
upon a time, when animals are too big. No, it's not that.
Okay, you tried. Good.
Je
Next.
reprends?
No.
Je reprends?
No, it's okay. You tried. Good.
Okay.
So, Jean-Marc, your turn. Jean-Marc, are you ready?
Yes.
Once upon a time, when animals still had the ability to speak.
Once upon a time, the animals who
Okay, let me play it again.
Once upon a time, when animals still had the ability to speak.
once upon a time, the animals and of the speed.
Okay, you tried. Good job. Next, Jenebu. Are you ready?
Yes.
Once upon a time, when animals still had the ability to speak.
Once upon a time, when animals still had the ability to speak.
Good. One more time.
Once upon a time, when animals still had the ability to speak.
Once upon a time when animals still had the ability to speak.
Good. Good job. And next, Mrs. Anna, your turn. Are you ready? Okay.
Yes.
Let me play.
Once upon a time, when animals still had the ability to speak.
Once upon a time, speak.
Okay, try again. One more time.
C'est trop
Once
difficile.
upon a time, when animals still had the ability to speak.
Once upon a time, when speak.
Good job. You tried. Great.
Je suis désolée.
No, don't be sorry. Don't be sorry. It's okay. Good. Now, Raymond, are you ready?
Yes.
Okay. Listen.
Once upon a time, when animals still had the ability to speak.
Once upon a time when animals stood had ability to speak.
Good. Try again.
Once upon a time, when animals still had the ability to speak.
Once upon a time when animals had ability to speak.
Good job, everyone. You did a great job. I congratulate you. I know it's not easy. Okay, Raymond, good job. Now you can mute yourself, please, Raymond.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay. Can you mute yourself, please? Your microphone. Your microphone. Your mic. Can you cut it? Microphone. Can you cut it now? I want you to unmute yourself. To mute yourself. I don't. What does it
You
mean?
don't?
I want you to mute yourself. Now I can hear you. But
Yes.
I want you to cut your microphone so that I won't be able to hear you.
Okay.
Thank you. Good job. Now you understand English. You see, that's how it is. If I make myself understandable, you can understand me. If I slow down, I speak slowly, and I explain a lot, you will understand. So now I want you to watch me speaking. I will do the same practice, the same exercise. I will repeat myself. So watch me, watch my mouth, listen to me carefully, okay? So,
Once upon a time, when animals still had the ability to speak.
once upon a time, when animals still had the ability to speak. Now you see the difference? Once upon a time, when animals still had the ability to speak. You see?
Once upon a time, when animals still had the ability to speak.
Once upon a time, when animals still had the ability to speak. Now let me slow down. Once upon a time, when animals still had the ability to speak. That's it. You see? So, you need to hear it. You need to receive the English sounds. Even though you don't understand, no problem. But I want you to listen a lot. Okay, now what does it mean? This sentence. Once upon a time, when animals still had the ability to speak. Let me explain you. So in English, when we tell stories in English, in the beginning we usually say, once upon a time, once upon a time. This is how we start to tell stories. Once upon a time, This is how we introduce stories. I want to tell you a story. I say, oh, once upon a time, and I tell you the story. So once upon a time, this is a phrase. Once upon a time. Once upon a time. Once upon a time. So maybe once upon a time, there was a princess and a prince, and they were married. See? A story. So when we tell a story that happened long ago, long time ago, in the past, we say once upon a time. Okay, for example, in Africa, we have many stories. Stories like Sunjata Keita, or story of Beyanzin in Benin, Sunjata Keita, Mali, or who else? Ren Poku, Abla Poku in Côte d'Ivoire. These are stories, or in Luxembourg. I don't know stories about people in Luxembourg, but there are many stories there. So these are, when we want to tell about stories that happened in the past, once upon a time, there was a big elephant in a forest. You see? This is to tell a story, okay? So remember, once upon a time. So in that story, once upon a time, when animals, you know animals, don't you? There are many animals. For example, I have some animals here. Where are they? Okay. This is one animal. What animal is it? Is it a dog? Is it a dog? No, this is not a dog. Is it a cat? Meow, meow. Is it a cat? No. Is it a goat? Oh, a sheep? Meh, meh. So what is it? What animal is it? Do you know? This is a... Yes, who can tell me the name of this animal? Do you know the name? Yes, Raymond.
It is a duck.
A duck. Good. This is a duck. Quack, 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 quack. You know, a duck. It looks like a chick or a chicken, but it is a duck, okay? A duck. Like Donald Duck, you know, the cartoon with Mickey Mouse, Donald Duck. So this is a duck, okay? A duck. So in the past, once upon a time, animals were able to speak. Once upon a time, when animals still had the ability to speak. Now, right now, I am speaking. I have the ability to speak. Why? Because I am a human. Humans can speak. You are humans. You can speak. Anna is a human. Raymond is a human. Jean-Marc is a human. So humans can speak. But animals cannot speak. But in this story, once upon a time, animals, they were able to speak like humans. So once upon a time, when animals still had the ability to speak, the capacity to speak, they have it. They can speak. But this happened long ago, once upon a time. Not today, not now, but before, in the past, animals were able to speak. Okay? So at this stage, let me pause and let me ask you, to give me a French interpretation of what I just explained. Tell me in French, what does it mean? Once upon a time, when animals still had the ability to speak. Yes, Jenebu.
En français, once upon a time correspond à il était une fois.
Okay, good. And the next part, when animals still had the ability to speak. What does it mean in French? What is your understanding? What does it mean? When animals still had... Yes, yes, Ren.
Quand les animaux, ou bien lorsque les animaux avaient une habilité de parler.
Say it again.
Quand les animaux, ou lorsque les animaux avaient une habilité pour parler.
Okay, good, good. Yes, Marcia, you want to say something?
Il était une fois quand les animaux avaient la capacité de parler.
Good. You see? You just gave me the French translation. You see, it means you understood. So, once upon a time when animals still had the ability to speak. So let's move on. Once upon a time when animals still had the ability to speak. Now you understand this part. Good. Let's move on.
Once upon a time when animals still had the ability to speak, a huge buffalo was living on the shepherd's farm.
Okay.
A huge buffalo was living on the shepherd's farm.
A huge buffalo. No, I want you to repeat first. Who want to repeat this part? Who want to do the imitation?
A huge buffalo was living on the shepherd's farm.
Who wants to try it? Imitation of this part. Raise your hand if you want to try it, if you want to imitate. Yes, Raymond.
A huge buffalo was living on the shepherd's farm.
A huge buffalo was living in a canoe.
Okay, let me play it again.
Okay.
A huge buffalo was living on the shepherd's farm.
A huge buffalo was living in a shepherd's farm.
Good. Almost there. Good. Who wants to try again? Imitation. Who? Nobody else? Okay. Yes, Ren, you want to try? Let me play it.
A huge buffalo was living on the shepherd's farm.
A huge buffalo makes... Okay, let's try again.
A huge buffalo was living on the shepherd's farm.
A huge buffalo with making stop. I don't know if it's okay.
Good, good. You tried. So,
okay.
So yes, Jenebu, you want to try? Go ahead.
A huge buffalo
was living in the...
Okay, let me play it first.
A huge buffalo was living on the shepherd's farm.
A huge buffalo was living in the shepherd's farm.
Okay, almost there. Good. So, let me imitate myself. Okay, let me do the imitation myself. A huge buffalo was living on a shepherd's farm.
A huge buffalo was living on the shepherd's farm.
A huge buffalo was living on a shepherd's farm. A huge buffalo was living on a shepherd's farm. So what is a buffalo? A buffalo is an animal. a big animal with horns. A huge buffalo was living where? On a shepherd's farm. Who is a shepherd? A shepherd is a human. A human who guides animals. So, let's say I am a shepherd, Shepherd Eliane. I have many animals, many buffaloes, sheep, and I guide them. Okay, I show them the way, I help them eat, and I have a stick and I make them follow the same route. No, I want my animals to turn right, and I do like this. Oh, you go this way. Now I want them to turn left. No. Yes, here. And if they want to drink, I help them drink. If they want to eat, I help them eat. So I am a shepherd. I take care of animals. So a huge buffalo was living on a shepherd's farm. Farm. What is a farm? A farm is where the shepherd works. His working place. Okay? A shepherd, his office, the place where he works is called a farm or a plantation or a field. It's the same. So the shepherd is a human who works on a farm. And on his farm, he has many animals, like buffalo. So buffalo is one animal that lives in a shepherd's farm. I don't have a buffalo here, but I will show you later. So a buffalo looks like a cow. Do you know a cow? Meh. Big one. But with what? With horns. This is a buffalo, okay? So, a huge buffalo. Huge is like this. Very big buffalo. A huge buffalo. And this is tiny, small buffalo. No, that buffalo was not small. That buffalo was huge, very big buffalo. So a huge buffalo was living on a shepherd's farm.
A huge buffalo was living on the shepherd's farm. A huge buffalo was living on the shepherd's farm.
A huge buffalo was living on a shepherd's farm. Okay? You understand? Let me see if you understand it. So, try to give me a French interpretation of this part. Who wants to try? What does it mean? A huge buffalo was living on a shepherd's farm. Yes. I see. Okay, Martial. Jean-Marc? There are two in Guesson. Avec Martial, yes. Martial, go ahead.
Ok. Je comprends par là qu'il y avait un énorme, c'est quoi, buffle, buffalo, un buffle, voilà, le nom buffle qui vivait dans une ferme.
Okay, good. Almost there, good. Yes, Ren, you want to try? Thank you, Martial. So, Ren, let's go.
Ok. Une quantité de bœufs vivait autour d'une ferme ou bien dans une ferme?
Say it again, please.
Une quantité de bœufs vivait non loin d'une ferme.
This doesn't sound like French. It doesn't sound like French. Une quantité de bœuf? Really? Try again.
Ou bien un lot de bœuf. En fait, a few, là, je voulais dire si c'est un lot ou bien quelques bœufs. Je voulais pas dire un bœuf, mais c'est comme un troupeau de bœufs.
One buffalo, but this buffalo is huge. Huge. This one buffalo is very huge. Not many buffaloes. One buffalo, but a huge buffalo.
J'ai cru entendre a few.
No, a huge. A huge. Huge. Yes. Okay, so try again.
D'accord. Un grand buffle vivait non loin d'une ferme.
Okay, you're almost there. Yes. Good. So, who wants to try again? Yes. Somebody else? Okay, Jenebu, you want to try? Yes, go ahead, Jenebu.
Vivait dans une ferme un énorme buffle avec un paysan dans un champ.
Okay, that's great. Great. So you get it. So that's the idea. So I want you to understand in English. So now when you understand in English, and then you can say it. Okay, Raymond, you want to say something?
Yes.
Yes, go ahead.
Un énorme buffle vivait dans le champ d'un fermier.
Good, great. And Jean-Marc, you want to try?
Yes.
Yes, go ahead. I'm listening.
Il y avait un buffle qui vivait dans le domaine du travail d'un berger.
Okay, now, good. Now I want you to say that in English. I won't play the audio anymore. I want you to say it in English yourself. So try what you just said in French. What is it in English? I'm listening. Yes, Ren, you want to try? Go ahead. I'm listening, Ren. Try saying it in English.
La même phrase en anglais,
yes,
c'est ça?
Yes, sure.
Okay. A huge buffalo. C'est ça?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. A huge buffalo was living in a shop. Oh, j'ai oublié. J'ai oublié la fin.
Okay, who wants to help her? Because she started right now. She's blocked. A huge buffalo was. Yes, Martial.
A huge buffalo was living in the shepherd farm.
Good, Martial. Just one word is incorrect. Who wants to try? Yeah, Jean-Marc.
A huge buffalo was living in the shepherd farm.
Yes, the same like Marcia, but only one word is incorrect. Yes, Ren. You want to correct it? What is that one word that is not correct in your sentence? You said a huge buffalo was living in a shepherd's farm. But just one word is not correct. What is it?
I mean, it's in.
Yes, so what should you say instead? If it's not in, what is it?
At?
No, it's not at. Yes, Martial.
Two?
No, it's not two.
On.
Okay.
On.
Great job. Now say it again. Say the correct sentence. Yes, say it, Martial. Say it all together. Martial.
A huge buffalo was living on the shepherd farm.
On a shepherd's farm. Good.
On a shepherd farm.
Good. That's it. You see? Now you are able to recall the English sentence on your own. Congratulations. So.
Attendez, il y a Marie qui veut aussi parler.
Who?
Madame
sorry. So let's go. Madam Anna, you want to say something? Because I did not see you raise your hand. Yes, unmute yourself. Madam Anna, if you want to say something. You are muted. Okay, go ahead. Yes.
J'arrive pas, je sais.
Yes, try to say the sentence in English. Say it. Try to say it.
Huge. Je bloque.
It's okay. You try. It's okay. So, this is the sentence. A huge, so listen carefully. A huge buffalo was living on a shepherd's farm. A huge buffalo was living on a shepherd's farm. So what are the key words? Huge. Buffalo was living on a shepherd farm. Okay. Now, Jean-Marc, you want to say something?
Yes, I want to repeat the.
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. A huge buffalo was living on a shepherd's farm.
Good. So, you see, that's it. So now let's listen to this part all together in English, the original sound in English. Let's listen again.
Once upon a time, when animals still had the ability to speak, a huge buffalo was living on the shepherd's farm.
Once upon a time, when animals still had the ability to speak, a huge buffalo was living on a shepherd's farm. You see? That's it. Okay.
Once upon a time, when animals still had the ability to speak, a huge buffalo was living on the shepherd's farm. The buffalo was...
Okay, this is what we saw last time, okay? Once upon a time, when animals still had the ability to speak, a huge buffalo was living on a shepherd's farm. Okay? So, and you gave me the translation. Okay? Now, what's next in our story? So, a huge buffalo, okay, was living on a shepherd's farm. Okay. Now, what's next?
The buffalo was helping the shepherd in the field work. And the buffalo was helping the shepherd in the field work.
The buffalo was helping the shepherd in the field work.
The buffalo was helping the shepherd in the field work.
The buffalo was helping the shepherd in the field work. So before I explain, can you do the imitation? Who wants to try the imitation?
The buffalo was helping the shepherd in the field work.
Yes, who wants to try something? Yes. Nobody? How come? So I'm going to call names. I'm going to call you. Okay, Dr. G, I want you to imitate this.
The buffalo was helping the shepherd in the field work.
Yes.
The buffalo want to help the shepherd.
Try again.
Huh?
Try again. Let me play it again.
The buffalo was helping the shepherd in the field work.
The buffalo was to helping the shepherd.
Okay. So, and now repeat after me. The buffalo was helping the shepherd in the field work.
Okay. The buffalo was to help the shepherd in the field.
Okay, you tried. So, okay. So, somebody else. Thank you, Dr. G. You tried. Yes, somebody. Yes, Jean-Marc.
The buffalo was helping the shepherd in the field work.
Yes, Jean-Marc, go ahead. Unmute yourself, please. You are muted. Open your mic. Yes. Yes, Jean-Marc.
Hello,
Yes.
everyone.
Yes. Hello, Jean-Marc.
The buffalo was helping the shepherd to the field work.
Okay, you are almost there. Just one word not correct in your sentence. Listen again. Try again.
The buffalo was helping the shepherd in the field work.
The buffalo was helping the shepherd in a field work.
Good. Thank you. The buffalo was helping the shepherd in the field work, because before you said two. I think you said two. So it was the buffalo was helping the shepherd in the field work. Okay, good. So, what does it mean? The buffalo. So, remember, in this field, in this farm, so farm, field, plantation, they mean the same thing. They are synonyms. So the buffalo is that big animal I told you last night. Big animal, a huge buffalo. And this animal has horns. Horns. One horn, two horns. So the buffalo was helping the shepherd in the field work. This buffalo was living with the shepherd on his farm. The buffalo was help. Okay, if I have a problem, if I am in a particular difficulty, I ask for help. Please help me. So the buffalo was helping the shepherd. So he was working with the shepherd and he was helping. Maybe the shepherd needs help to dig the soil, to dig the ground. So the buffalo helped the shepherd to dig the ground. To dig. And because in a farm you need to dig, okay, in order to put the seeds in the soil. Okay? Yes, Martial, you want to try imitating this part? Go ahead.
The buffalo was living.
No, let me play it again. Listen.
Was living the shepherd.
No, listen first. Listen carefully.
Okay.
The buffalo was helping the shepherd in the field work.
The buffalo was leaving the shepherd in the field work.
No, try again. Listen carefully and try again.
The buffalo was helping the shepherd in the field work.
The buffalo was leaving the shepherd in the field work.
The buffalo was helping.
The buffalo
Was helping,
the shepherd in the field
living.
work.
Not leaving. The buffalo was helping the shepherd in the field work.
Yes. The buffalo was helping the shepherd in the field work.
Good. So the buffalo was helping the shepherd in the field work. The buffalo was working with the shepherd. He was helping him. For example, if I work with you, I need help. Maybe you will help me answer to my calls. Maybe you will help me, write some reports. Okay, so to help someone is to be with that person, to work with that person. Okay, so that's what the buffalo was doing for the shepherd. He was helping him. Okay, and where? In the field work, in this plantation, in this farm, there are many work to do, many things to do. Digging the soil, maybe pouring water, okay, on the soil, okay. So many stuff to do. So the buffalo was helping the shepherd. He was working with the shepherd in the field work, in the field, in the plantation, in the farm. Okay, so every day the shepherd comes and he is working, and the buffalo is with the shepherd, helping him in the field work, working with the shepherd together. Okay, so the buffalo was helping the shepherd in the field work. What does it mean in French? Now give me your French interpretation. Tell me, what does it mean in French? Yes, Dr. G?
Dans cette phrase, on dit que le buffle aidait le fermier dans sa zone de travail.
Good.
Au travail ou bien dans son...
Exactly, that's it. Thank you, Dr. G. Who wants to give another interpretation? Somebody else? Yes, Jenebu. Unmute yourself, please. You are muted. We cannot hear you. Yes.
Allô?
Yes, go ahead.
Dans cette phrase, il est dit que le buffle aide le fermier dans ses tâches.
Good. In the field work. Yes. Thank you. So, the buffalo was helping the shepherd in the field work. Yes, Jean-Marc, you want to try another interpretation? Go ahead.
Ok. Le bœuf aidait le fermier dans son champ.
Yes, that's it. So, the buffalo was helping the shepherd in the field work. Okay, now what's next?
The buffalo was helping the shepherd in the field work. And the shepherd was doing his best to make him happy.
Okay.
And the shepherd was doing his best to make him happy.
And the shepherd was doing his best to make him happy.
And the shepherd was doing his best to make him happy.
Okay. Who wants to try the imitation?
And the shepherd was doing his best to make him happy.
Okay, Jean-Marc, go ahead.
And the shepherd was doing his best to make him happy.
Good try. Yes, I saw Francesca raising her hand. Francesca, welcome. You want to try imitating? Go ahead. Hello, Francesca. You are muted. Okay, before she says something. Martial, yes.
And the shepherd was doing his best.
Oui, coach.
Yes, go ahead. You wanted to imitate? You raise your hand.
And the shepherd was doing his best to make him happy.
Good. Okay, Martial, go ahead. We are listening.
And the shepherd was doing the best to make happy.
No, try again. Listen carefully.
And the shepherd was doing his best to make him happy.
And the shepherd, they doing the best to make happy.
Not exactly.
Oh, okay.
Maybe Jenebu can help you. Jenebu, let's go.
Yes. And the shepherd was doing best to make him happy.
Good. And the shepherd was doing his best to make him happy. And the shepherd was doing his best to make him happy. Okay? So, Marshall, you want to try again? Marshall.
And the shepherd was doing the best to make happy.
And the shepherd was doing his best to make him happy.
And the shepherd was doing his best to make him happy.
Good, that's it. So you say in English, there are some very small sounds, you cannot hear them, but you need to train your ears to hear them. They are important words. Him, his, to. The sounds are very tiny. You can barely hear them, but they are very, very important words. But when natives speak, they barely pronounce it. But you need to train your ears to get them. Yes, Hilarion, Mr. Tolly, you want to try?
And the shepherd was doing his best to make him happy.
Yes, you raise your hand. Let's go.
And the shepherd was doing his best to make him happy.
Good. And the shepherd. You see, there's this little d at the end. And the shepherd was doing his best to make him happy. Try again, Hilarion.
And the shepherd was doing his best to make him happy.
Okay, good. Okay, let's move on. Yes, Jenebu, you want to try again? Yes.
And the shepherd was doing his best to make him happy.
Good. She wanted to improve her pronunciation. Good job, Jenebu. And the shepherd was doing his best to make him happy. What does it mean? The shepherd. Let's say our shepherd's name is... What's the name of this shepherd? Let's call the shepherd Jean-Marc. Okay, Jean-Marc is the shepherd. So shepherd Jean-Marc, he's working, okay, in his field with his buffalo. The buffalo is helping the shepherd in the field work. And the shepherd Jean-Marc is doing his best to make him happy. So Jean-Marc is working in his field with his buffalo. his helper, the buffalo. The buffalo is helping Jean-Marc every day doing the field work. And the buffalo, and Jean-Marc is doing his best to make the buffalo happy. Because this is a give and take, this is a partnership. They are working together. The buffalo is helping the shepherd, and the shepherd is doing his best to make the buffalo happy. The shepherd wants the buffalo to be happy because this is a good buffalo. Oh, good job. Thank you, buffalo. You are very helpful. You are helping me every day. So, as a shepherd, Jean-Marc thinks, I need to do all I can. I need to do my best to please the buffalo. So Jean-Marc is doing his best. When you do your best, you do what you can. You do everything possible to do something. Okay? For example, when you go to school, you want to succeed. You want to have good grades. Okay? So you do your best. You do your best. You study your lessons. You go to school every day. You follow when the teacher speaks. Okay? You don't play around. You are very careful. So you do your best. And when you are a parent, you do your best to give food to your family. As a father, I don't know if today is Father's Day. Is it Father's Day? Anyway, happy Father's Day to every dad, okay? Every father. Father and mothers, parents, they do their best to please, to take care of the children, of the family. They do their best, okay? For example, as a coach, an English coach, I do my best to make you speak English. I want you to understand English. I speak slowly, I slow down when I speak, I repeat many times. I explain things for you to understand. So I do my best for you to speak English. Okay? So, the shepherd, Jean-Marc, was doing his best to make the buffalo happy. So, if somebody is happy is like this. And this is sad. Or angry. So does the shepherd wants the buffalo to be angry? I'm asking you, yes or no? Does the shepherd want the buffalo to be angry? Tell me, yes or no? Does he want the buffalo to be angry? Unmute yourself and tell me yes or no. No. Okay.
No.
Yes, Dr. G? Yes or no?
No.
No. Okay. What does he want? Jean-Marc the shepherd wants the buffalo to be what? Yes. Dr. G, he wants the buffalo to be sad? Does he want the buffalo to be sad? Yes, tell me. Yes or no? I'm asking you. Unmute yourself and tell me. Does the buffalo want the shepherd? Oh no. Does the shepherd want the buffalo to be sad or to be upset? What does he want? Yes, unmute yourself and tell me if you understand what I mean. Your interaction is very important. Yes, Dr. G.
Shepherds do all things that he do all things to for buffalo will do happy and to continue to work together.
Okay, so the shepherd, good, thank you. So the shepherd does everything. He does his best to make the buffalo happy. Yeah! And when the buffalo is happy, the buffalo can help the shepherd more. But if the buffalo is not happy, what can happen? Maybe the buffalo is going to run away to leave the shepherd. Or maybe the buffalo is going to kill the shepherd. Who knows? If the shepherd is not careful, if the shepherd doesn't make the buffalo happy, maybe the buffalo can kill the shepherd. We don't want that to happen. So the shepherd doesn't want to be killed by the buffalo. No. So he wants the buffalo to be happy. Because the buffalo can kill the shepherd. Why? Tell me. Why can the buffalo kill the shepherd? Why? To kill. Why? Yes, Jean-Marc.
Maybe because the buffalo was hungry.
Yes, if he's hungry, if he wants to eat, and then the buffalo doesn't give him, and the shepherd doesn't give food to the buffalo, maybe the buffalo can kill the shepherd. But can the buffalo eat the shepherd? Yes or no? Can the buffalo eat the shepherd?
No.
Why?
Because the buffalo don't eat women.
Human, okay? Because the buffalo doesn't eat humans. It doesn't eat meat.
Or human beings.
Human beings or meat. The buffalo doesn't eat meat.
Meat. Yes.
He doesn't eat meat. What does he eat? What does he eat? The buffalo. If he doesn't eat, yes,
buffalo.
Marcel. Yes.
The buffalo eat grass.
Eat what?
Grass.
Grass. You mean grass?
Grass.
Okay.
Grass.
The buffalo eats grass. What is grass? What's the color of grass? Yes, Dr. G.
Grass is a vegetable.
Good. Grass
and color is green.
Is green. Great. So grass is vegetable and it is green. This is what the buffalo eats. Okay? So this is what we find in a farm, in a plantation. We find trees and we find grass. Okay? So the shepherd is doing his best to make him happy. What does it mean in French? Now I know you understand this part. Tell me, give me a French interpretation of this sentence. And the shepherd is doing his best to make him happy. Yes, Jean-Marc.
Premier donnait le meilleur de lui-même pour rendre heureux le buffle.
Wow, I love these interpretations. Oh, that's great. Thank you, Jean-Marc. Yes, Martial.
Ouais, le fermier faisait de son mieux pour que le buffle soit heureux.
Good. Try.
Dans la pluie qui, voilà.
Yes, that's very good. So you are both right. That's it. So now you understand. This is the context. This is the beginning of the story. Now we are going to go into some more action. Okay, so follow carefully. This story is very interesting and very funny. It will make you laugh. Okay, laugh. So if you understand this story, you will laugh. because this story is very funny. Funny. It makes you laugh, okay? So, let's continue.
And the shepherd was doing his best to make him happy. One day, the shepherd, who was taking the buffalo to graze, One day, the shepherd, who was taking the buffalo to graze.
So, one day, the shepherd who was taking the buffalo to graze, one day, the shepherd who was taking the buffalo to graze. Okay, I want you to imitate this part. Who wants to try? Don't be shy, okay? Try something. Even though it's not perfect, nobody is going to make fun of you. So don't worry. Try something. Unmute yourself and try. Try imitating, okay? Yes, Martial.
One day, the shepherd was taking the buffalo to graze.
Good. Only one word missing. Only one word. Let me try again. Let me play it again. Follow very carefully.
Okay.
Only one sound is missing.
One day, the shepherd, who was taking the buffalo to graze,
One day, the shepherd was taking the buffalo to graze.
Okay. Good. Who wants to try, Martial? Only one sound is missing. Listen carefully.
One day, the shepherd, who was taking the buffalo to graze.
Yes. Who wants to help Martial? Yes, Jean-Marc. Unmute yourself.
One day, the shepherd was taking the buffalo to get him rest.
No, Marcia, he found it. He said it right, but in the beginning, it was not right. He said one day the shepherd was taking the buffalo to graze. Everything is correct, but only one sound is missing. I want to find what is missing. Listen again.
One day, the shepherd, who was taking the buffalo to graze.
You can't find it. Yes, try again, Jean-Marc.
One day, the shepherd who was taking the buffalo to graze.
Great, that's it. One day, the shepherd who was taking the buffalo to graze. So what was missing is who. Yes, Dr. G. Is it what you wanted to say? So try imitating Dr. G. Go ahead.
One day, the shepherd was taking the buffalo to graze.
Good. One day, the shepherd who was taking the buffalo to graze. So who was? One day, the shepherd who was taking the buffalo to graze. Yes, Ilarion, you want to try? Let's go.
One day, the shepherd who was taking the buffalo to graze.
Good. Great job. So one day, let me explain now. One day, 2 days, 3 days. No, one day. Maybe that day was Monday. Maybe it was Tuesday. How many days are there in a week? We have 7. 7 days. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, okay, Saturday, Sunday. So one day, what day was it? We don't know. But anyway, one day, the shepherd, John Mark, the shepherd who was taking the buffalo to graze. So he was going somewhere with the buffalo. So he was taking the buffalo. So he took the buffalo with him and he went somewhere. So one day the shepherd who was taking the buffalo. So he said, one day he said, okay, buffalo, come with me, let's go. So one day the shepherd who was taking the buffalo to do what? To sing? Or to dance?
Graze.
No.
To graze.
To graze. Good. To graze. What does it mean to graze? You told me earlier that animals like buffalo, they don't eat meat. What do they eat? They eat grass. So animals who eat grass, what do? They graze. They do like this. So this is to graze, So a buffalo grazes. A sheep grazes. Does a lion graze? Yes or no? Lion.
No.
Or does a bird, or for example, an eagle, does a bird graze? Yes or no?
No.
No. Okay. Or does a dog? Does a dog graze?
No.
Okay. So those animals, they don't graze. They don't eat grass. But animals like buffalo, cow, okay? Cow, they produce milk. Cow, sheep, those animals, they graze. So one day, the shepherd who was taking the buffalo to graze. So maybe that day the buffalo was hungry. Pay attention to the pronunciation. I said hungry. I didn't say angry. Hungry. So the buffalo was hungry. He wanted to eat. So one day the shepherd who was taking the buffalo to graze, to eat. So the way the buffalo eats is to graze. So what does he do? He bends. The buffalo bends his head, okay, toward the ground like this. And he eats like this. Why? Because the grass is on the ground. So he has to bend his head, and eat like this. Okay? So
one day, the shepherd, who was taking the buffalo to graze.
Now, what does it mean in French? Give me your French interpretation. I'm listening. One day, the shepherd who was taking the buffalo to graze. Yes, Jean-Marc.
Un jour, le fermier a amené le bœuf quelque part pour brouter.
Good, great. Thank you. Jenebou?
Un jour, le fermier a envoyé son buffle brouter.
Good. So, one day, the shepherd was taking the buffalo to graze. So you got it. To graze. So what happened? Something happened that day. when he was taking his buffalo to graze. Listen carefully.
One day, the shepherd, who was taking the buffalo to graze, sat under an apple tree to get some rest. Sat under an apple tree to get some rest.
Okay, who wants to try imitating this part?
Sat under an apple tree to get some rest. Sat under an apple tree to get some rest.
Yes, we are listening. Yes.
Sat under an apple tree to get some rest.
Say it again.
Sat under an apple tree to get some rest.
Good. Good. Great. Yes. Who else? Who wants to try? Yes, John Mark.
Some apple tree to get some rest.
Listen carefully. Listen again, John Mark.
Sat under an apple tree to get some rest.
Sat apple tree to get some rest.
You missed one word, one sound.
Sat under an apple tree to get some rest.
One more time. Try again.
Sat
under an apple tree to get some rest.
Sat under apple tree to make him rest.
Okay, almost. You were almost there. Okay, let me help you.
Sat under an apple tree to get some rest.
Sat under an apple tree to get some rest. Sat under an apple tree to get some rest. Sat under an apple tree to get some rest. Sat under an apple tree to get some rest. Sat under an apple tree to get some rest. So what does it mean? So one day, the shepherd who was taking the buffalo to graze sat. So this story happened in the past. So this is past tense of sit. To sit. I am sitting now. So he sat. Okay? I'm standing. Sitting. Okay? Remember, at school, stand up, sit down. So the shepherd sat under an apple tree. He sat under an apple tree. So let's say this is my apple tree. I know this is not an apple tree. What is this? This is a Caesar. Okay. This is not a Caesar now. This is an apple tree. A tree. You know a tree? It's that big thing. Okay. You have a trunk. You have branches. You have leaves. And maybe fruits. Okay. So a tree. For example, mango tree. Who likes mango? In Côte d'Ivoire, this is mango season. Who loves mango like me? Tell me, raise your hand. Yes, I see Jenebu. So those who live in Côte d'Ivoire.
I'm love.
Yes, Jean-Marc. And I see Giselle. Yes, everybody loves mango. That's a fact. So, mango tree. This is a season. Mango. And you have orange tree. Or what else? Many trees, okay? But this tree was not a mango tree. Was it a mango tree? What tree was it?
No.
What tree? Jenebu, you said no. But what tree was it? Was it avocado tree? It sat under what? Under what tree? Yes, Francesca.
Apple tree.
An apple tree. Yes, thank you. He sat under an apple tree. Yes, Giselle, you want to say something? You raise your hand. Hello, Giselle. Okay, maybe she just touched something and she didn't want to raise her hand. Sometimes you don't want to raise your hand, but you happen to put your finger on this and it appears. So, he sat under what? Under an apple tree. Under. So this is my apple tree. I am under. Okay? Under. Under the apple tree. Okay? So he sat under an apple tree. An apple. Apple. You know what an apple is? An apple is a fruit. So an apple tree is a tree that grows apples. So an apple tree. You know an apple, that fruit. We eat apple like that. This is an apple. Delicious. So that buffalo sat under an apple tree to get some rest. He sat. So this is the apple tree. He sat under. So this is, my head is under the tree, the apple tree, under. So, but look at my hand, okay? Where is my hand? My hand is not under. My hand is where? Is on. Okay? This is on. And this is under. Under. So he sat under an apple tree to do what? Why? Why did he sat? Sorry, why did he sit? Why did he sit under an apple tree? Why? To get some rest. He wanted to rest. Because he is a hard worker. He works every day in his field. There are many works to do, so many things to do. And the buffalo is helping him. And he is tired. He is tired. He wants to get some rest. So he sat under, okay, under an apple tree to get some rest. Maybe he wants to sleep. Or maybe he just wants to sit and do nothing and relax. Okay? So,
sat under an apple tree to get some rest.
Sat under an apple tree to get some rest. What does it mean in French? Tell me. Give me your French interpretation. Let's go. Don't be shy. Yes, Francesca. Yes, you are muted.
Assis sous un pommier pour se reposer.
Good. Good. Yes. Somebody else? Oh, is it okay? Yes. So she got it right. Sat under an apple tree to get some rest. So let's put everything together. Listen.
One day, the shepherd, who was taking the buffalo to graze, sat under an apple tree to get some rest.
Now, I want someone to repeat, to do the imitation in English and to give the interpretation in French at the same time. Listen.
One day, the shepherd, who was taking the buffalo to graze, sat under an apple tree to get some rest.
Okay, who wants to try the challenge? You imitate and you interpret. Yes? Or is it?
Can you repeat, please?
Yeah. Okay.
One day, the shepherd, who was taking the buffalo to graze, sat under an apple tree to get some rest.
Once again, please.
One more time. You mean? Okay. One last time for you.
One day, the shepherd, who was taking the buffalo to graze, sat under an apple tree to get some rest.
One day, the shepherd who was taking the buffalo to graze sat under an apple tree to rest.
Okay, now interpretation. You are not ready for the interpretation then. Okay, Jean-Marc, go ahead.
Yes, I'm ready.
Yes, Francesca, what?
One day.
Yes,
Sorry,
le
Jean-Marc.
fermier.
Okay, Francesca, let's go.
Le fermier qui accompagnait le buffle pour brouter s'assit sous un pommier pour se reposer.
Good. Great. Okay, who has Jean-Marc? Let's go. Listen. Thank you, Francesca. Now, Jean-Marc, listen, imitate, and interpret.
One day, the shepherd, who was taking the buffalo to graze, sat under an apple tree to get some rest.
One day, the shepherd who was taking the buffalo to graze sat under apple tree to get to rest. Un jour, le fermier a envoyé le buffle aller brouter et il s'est reposé sous un pommier.
Okay, good, great. Thank you, Jean-Marc. Genebu, your turn. Listen, imitate, and interpret.
One day, the shepherd, who was taking the buffalo...
But listen first, listen first. Listen first, please.
One day, the shepherd, who was taking the buffalo to graze, sat under an apple tree to get some rest.
One day, the shepherd who is taking the buffalo to get some rest. And can you tell me, please?
You want me to repeat?
Yes.
Okay.
One day, the shepherd, who was taking the buffalo to graze, sat under an apple tree to get some rest.
One day, the shepherd who is taking the buffalo to graze sat under an apple tree to get some rest. Un jour, le fermier est parti avec le buffle et a amené le buffle pour brouter, puis ils se sont reposés sous un pommier.
Okay, good. Good, Genebu, good try. So,
merci Francesca qui m'applaudit en bas. Même si c'était moqué de moi juste en amont.
funny. Okay, so you know what? All you have to do is to try. Okay, let's enjoy it. Enjoy it. So good. One day, the shepherd who was taking the buffalo to graze sat under an apple tree to get some rest. Now more suspense. Now exciting things are coming. Yes, good job, everyone. Good job to you, Jean-Marc. To you too. Thank you. Now, let's go deep in this story. What's next? So when that shepherd took his buffalo to graze and sat under an apple tree, what happened at that moment? What happened? Let's find out. Listen carefully.
At that moment, a hungry, cunning wolf sneaked up and followed them. At that moment, a hungry, cunning wolf sneaked up and followed them. At that moment, a hungry, cunning wolf sneaked up and followed them.
Yes! Who wants to try the imitation?
At that moment, a hungry, cunning wolf sneaked up and followed them.
You know what? Let me tell you something. Don't be afraid to make mistakes. Don't be afraid. Don't be shy. Try something. Okay? Don't care. Don't worry. Oh, people will make fun of me. People will laugh at me. No. Try it. Okay? So, let me play it again.
At that moment, a hungry, cunning wolf sneaked up and followed them.
Joma, go ahead.
At that moment, a hungry, coming wolf and sneak up and
You want me to play it again? Okay.
At that moment, a hungry, cunning wolf sneaked up and followed them.
At that moment, a hungry coming wolf sneak up and follow them.
Good. Good try. Who else? Francesca. Go ahead.
At that moment, a hungry cunning wolf sneaked up and followed them.
Good. One last person. Okay.
At that moment, a hungry, cunning wolf sneaked up and followed them.
At that moment, a hungry, cunning wolf sneaked up and followed them. At that moment, a hungry, cunning wolf sneaked up and followed them. At that moment, a hungry, cunning wolf sneaked up and followed them. So, what does it mean? At that moment. What moment? The moment when the buffalo was grazing and the shepherd was sitting under an apple tree. So at that moment, at that particular moment, something happened. A hungry, cunning wolf. Ahoo! This is a wolf. A hungry, cunning wolf sneaked up and followed them. He followed who? He followed the buffalo and the shepherd. So a wolf eats buffalo. A wolf doesn't eat grass. He doesn't eat vegetable like the buffalo. No. A wolf eats, what does he eat? A wolf eats grass. No. A wolf eats buffalo, sheep, cows. So a wolf eats meat. So that wolf was hungry. He wanted to eat. I want to eat something. So at that moment, he saw a buffalo and he saw a shepherd. He sneaked up and followed them. To follow. He followed them. He followed the shepherd and the buffalo. So he saw the shepherd and he saw the buffalo. The buffalo was grazing and the shepherd was sitting under an apple tree. He saw them. And he was hungry. Oh, there's food to eat. So he followed them. But he didn't want the buffalo and the shepherd to know he was around. So what did he do? He sneaked up. He sneaked up and followed them. Okay? So at that moment, what is that moment? The moment when the buffalo was sitting. Was the buffalo sitting? No. When the shepherd was sitting under an apple tree. And when the buffalo was grazing. At that moment, a hungry, cunning wolf sneaked up and followed them. Okay? So, what is your understanding of this part? At that moment, a hungry, cunning wolf sneaked up and followed them. Yes, Francesca, go ahead, try.
À ce moment, un loup affamé.
No. Yes, go ahead, sorry. But before I would like you to do the imitation. If you want to do the imitation and then give me the intro, because the most important is for you to do it in English, to say it in English, and then you give me the French interpretation. So let me play it again.
At that moment, a hungry, cunning wolf sneaked up and followed them.
Yes, go ahead.
At that moment, a hungry, cunning wolf sneaked up and followed them. À ce moment, un loup affamé les suivit en cachette. Non. À ce moment, un loup affamé
Yes, continue.
se cacha et les suivit.
Okay. Yes, that's it. So, Jean-Marc?
Suivit le fermier et le bœuf.
Okay. That's it. Yes, Dr. G.
Okay. At moments, a hungry cunning wolf.
Let me play it again first. Let me play it again for you.
Okay.
At that moment, a hungry, cunning wolf sneaked up and followed them.
At that moment, a hungry, cunning wolf sneaked and followed them.
Okay, try again. Listen again and try again.
At that moment, a hungry, cunning wolf sneaked up and followed them.
At what moment a hungry, cunning wolf sneaked up and followed them?
You tried. I know It's not easy, but good try. Yeah, Jean-Marc.
Is interpretation in French.
But before interpretation, I want you to do imitation, because the most important is for you to say it in English. So let me play it again. You do imitation and you do interpretation. Listen.
Okay.
At that moment, a hungry, cunning wolf sneaked up and followed them.
At that moment, a hungry, cunning wolf sneaked up and followed them. In French?
Yes.
Bon, il y a eu un moment d'attaque. ou bien on peut dire il y a eu un danger. Voilà, et le loup avait faim et il suivait à petits pas le fermier qui est en train de se reposer avec le buffle.
Okay. Okay, good.
Et c'est
Good. Thank you, Jean-Marc. Okay, so that's it. At that moment, a hungry, cunning wolf sneaked up and followed them. Okay, so that's it for today. We are almost done for today. Now let's go back. Let's review everything that we've seen so far today, okay?
At that moment, a hungry, cunning wolf sneaked up and followed them.
So, I want you to listen carefully. Okay, let's go.
Once upon a time, when animals still had the ability to speak, a huge buffalo was living on the shepherd's farm. The buffalo was helping the shepherd in the field work, and the shepherd was doing his best to make him happy. One day, the shepherd, who was taking the buffalo to graze, sat under an apple tree to get some rest. At that moment, a hungry, cunning wolf sneaked up and followed them. What?
Okay, so now your homework for next week, before next Sunday, your homework is to do the imitation of this short part. Okay? This one.
Once upon a time, when animals still had the ability to speak, a huge buffalo was living on the shepherd's farm. The buffalo was helping the shepherd in the field work, and the shepherd was doing his best to make him happy. One day, the shepherd, who was taking the buffalo to graze, sat under an apple tree to get some rest.
So only this part, you do the imitation, you record yourself, and you send it to me before next Sunday. So now let's conclude this session. So now I want you to pay attention to everything, right? Pay attention. Be very careful, okay? Pay attention, listen a lot, observe. Watch me speaking, okay? Watch me doing all those gestures, talking. Look at my lips, the way I speak, okay? Pay close attention. And most importantly, listen to the audio. Pay attention, okay? So let's go. Let me play the audio first, okay? Let's review together what we saw last time. Let's review it, and then let's continue with our short story, okay? So let's go.
Once upon a time.
So can you hear it? Can you hear the audio?
Yes.
Okay, good. Good. 1, 2, 3, go.
Once upon a time, when animals still had the ability to speak, a huge buffalo was living on the shepherd's farm. The buffalo was helping the shepherd in the field work, and the shepherd was doing his best to make him happy. One day, the shepherd, who was taking the buffalo to graze, sat under an apple tree to get some rest. At that moment, a hungry, cunning wolf sneaked up and followed them.
Okay, so this is the beginning of the story, okay? So once upon a time, when animals still had the ability to speak. A huge buffalo was living on a shepherd's farm. The buffalo was helping the shepherd in the field work, and the shepherd was doing his best to make him happy. One day, the shepherd who was taking the buffalo to graze sat under an apple tree to get some rest. At that moment, a hungry, cunning wolf sneaked up and followed them. So, you got it right, okay? Now let's move on. Let's see what is next. Let's find out. This wolf, he saw them. He saw the buffalo and the shepherd. He sneaked up and he followed them. So what happened? Let's find out. So listen, and then what we usually do, I want you to listen, and then I want some of you to do the imitation, and then I explain it, okay?
That buffalo would be a great lunch for me. That buffalo would be a great lunch for me. That buffalo would be a great lunch for me.
Okay, who wants to try the imitation? Hello? Or do you want me to call you? Okay. Yes, Francesca, go ahead.
That buffalo will be a great lunch for me.
Okay, say it again.
That buffalo will be a great lunch for me.
Okay. A great lunch. A great lunch for me. So
a great lunch.
Yes.
A great lunch for me.
Okay, good. Good. Thank you, Francesca. Who wants to try again? Somebody else? Yes, Ange. Or Anges? Judy Kyle. Yes, go ahead.
The buffalo will be a good lunch for me.
Okay, say it again.
The buffalo will be a good lunch for me.
Okay, good. Thank you. One last person. One last person to try imitating. This is imitation. Okay. Yes, yes, Mama Anna, go ahead. Yes.
Lunch for me.
Okay, let me play it again. Let me play it again.
The buffalo.
That buffalo would be a great lunch for me.
Je suis un peu bloquée.
Try again.
Des buffalo, the lunch for me.
Okay, good try. Good, good. Thank you. You tried. So, don't worry if you make mistakes, okay? Just try. So, that buffalo would be a great lunch for me. So now I'm doing the imitation. Who wants to do it again? Now it's much more clear for you. Now it's clearer for you, sorry. Now it's clearer. That buffalo would be a great lunch for me. Yes, Judical. Yes.
That buffalo would be a good lunch for me.
Good. That's it. That buffalo would be a great lunch for me. Yes, Genebu.
That buffalo would be a great lunch for me.
Listen again. That buffalo would be a great lunch for me.
That buffalo would be a great lunch for me.
Great. Thank you, Genebu. So, what does it mean? So, this is the wolf speaking. The wolf is speaking. The wolf saw the buffalo and the shepherd. Remember, he saw them. He sneaked up and he followed them. So, this is the wolf speaking. So, he said, that buffalo would be a great lunch for me. Because remember, the wolf was hungry. He was very hungry. He wanted to eat something. So what does he eat? Does he eat grass? No, he doesn't eat grass. He eats meat like buffalo. So he said, that buffalo would be a great lunch for me. Great. Very good meal. A lunch. So, when do we take lunch? So normally we have 3 meals per day. We eat at least, so generally we eat at least 3 times. We eat in the morning, and then at midday, and then at night, okay? So we have 3 meals. So in the morning, it is called breakfast. Breakfast. So when you wake up in the morning, okay, you take a bath, okay, you get ready to go to work, and you can have some breakfast. You eat early in the morning. So what you eat first time in the morning is called breakfast. Then later on, you have a lunch. Lunch. This is what you take at midday. Okay, midday. It's time for lunch. So maybe, so tell me, what did you have for breakfast today? What did you have for breakfast? Tell me. Unmute yourself and tell me. What did you have? I had the fruits. I ate pawpaw, or you want papaya and mango. So yes, Judica, what did you have for breakfast?
I ate bread and coffee.
Bread and coffee. Okay.
Yes.
Good. Thank you. And Martial, what did you have for breakfast?
Garba.
You are the typical Ivorian guy. Gaba. Yes, good. Gaba. And yes, Mr. Kolibali, what did you have for breakfast?
For breakfast, I ate rice and soup.
Rice and soup? Okay. Good.
Yes.
Thank you. Francesca, what did you have for breakfast?
For breakfast, I ate gaba like Martial.
Gaba eaters, typical Ivorian guys. Okay, I see. So this is breakfast, and then later on for lunch. Okay, midday. What did you have for lunch? Did you have a buffalo? Or I don't know. Did you eat a buffalo? Maybe you ate buffalo. Yes, Francesca, what did you have for lunch? Tell me, what did you have for lunch? Oh, you didn't have lunch? Yes, Frederick, what did you have for lunch?
I
I ate potatoes and meat.
And what?
Meat.
Meat. Okay, potato and meat. Okay, good. What kind of meat? Is it buffalo? Or is it beef? Or is it chicken? Tell us.
No.
So what?
Pig.
Pig. Oh, pig. Oh, great.
Yeah.
Good. Okay, so thank you. So you see, so lunch. So that buffalo, it was midday, okay? He was hungry. He needed to eat. That buffalo would be a great lunch for me. So tell me, Frederick, was your lunch great? Was it a great lunch? When I say great, was it very good, very delicious? Or was it so-so? Frederick, tell me, your pig.
Yes, very delicious.
Oh, very delicious.
Very great
Yes,
lunch.
I guess. People used to call a pig Gabriel. I don't know why, but Iberian
Yes.
people, they go to Gabriel guy and they say they want to buy meat. I don't know where that name comes from, but they call it Gabriel. Maybe one day somebody will tell me the story about the name Gabriel for the pig. Where does it come from? Okay, so thank you, Frederick. Yes, Martial, was it great? What you had for lunch?
My great lunch is garba.
So you had gaba for breakfast?
Breakfast
And lunch? Again?
and lunch.
Why?
Yes.
Why?
Because garba is.
Because you love it?
I love garba.
You love gaba so much that you want to eat gaba like all day long? Breakfast?
Yes.
Lunch? And even dinner? I see.
No, dinner I eat rice.
Okay, I see. Good. Thank you, Marcia. Yes, Mama Anna. What did you have for lunch? You are muted. Yes, Mama Anna. Unmute yourself, please.
Toast,
Yes.
toast et coffee.
Toast and coffee.
And coffee.
For breakfast or for lunch?
No, breakfast.
Okay, and lunch?
E come si dice variare?
Cos'è?
Oh.
Many things.
Many things.
Many things? Many
Oui.
things? But give me one example. One thing among all those.
L'uovo, come si dice?
Egg.
Egg, et confiture.
Uh-huh. Okay, good. So,
French.
okay, that's good.
Meat, change.
Meat. So all of you are eating meat, but you are not eating buffalo. I wonder why.
No, buffalo. No,
No buffalo. Okay. Okay. Okay, good. Thank you. So none of you ate buffalo. I'm looking for people who eat buffalo, but it seems like nobody ate buffalo today. But anyway, never mind. So let's move
A lei
on.
piace buffalo.
So not our buffalo, our shepherd. No, our wolf. He said that buffalo would be a great lunch for me. That buffalo would be a great lunch for me because he loves eating buffalo. But what happened?
That buffalo would be a great lunch for me.
Lunch for me.
But I need to get rid of that human.
You know, this story, I told you, this story is very funny. This story is very funny. You are going to figure it out. I want you to laugh by yourself. So follow carefully. So he said, that buffalo would be a great lunch for me. So he was already thinking about eating the buffalo. He was dreaming, wow, that buffalo is very delicious. Oh, buffalo. So that buffalo would be a great lunch for me. But so that's the next step of this thinking. What did he say?
But I need to get rid of that human.
So now I want you to imitate that part before I explain. But before, tell me your French interpretation of this first. So.
That buffalo would be a great lunch for me.
So you say it in English, you say it in French, you give your French interpretation, and then we move on. So who wants to try? I see Frederick raising her hand. Frederick, you want to try? You imitate and then you give your French interpretation. But first, imitate first and then give it in French. So let me play it again.
That buffalo would be a great lunch for me.
Okay?
Okay. That buffalo is great lunch for me.
Okay, so what does it mean in French? Tell me.
Ce bison sera un bon repas, un bon déjeuner pour moi.
Okay, good. Thank you. Good job. So next, Marcia, your turn. You imitate and you interpret.
That buffalo would be a great lunch for me.
That buffalo would be a great lunch for me. Ce bœuf sera un très bon déjeuner pour moi.
Good.
A great lunch.
Yes, good job. Thank you. I saw, yes, Suleiman, yes, your turn.
That buffalo will be a great lunch for me. That means, ce qui veut dire que ce bison serait un très bon déjeuner pour moi.
Good. Great. Great. It's great. So, that's it. So, who else wants to say something again before we move on? Or is it clear for everybody? Okay, so that's it. That buffalo would be a great lunch for me. So, and what did he say next? Are you ready to hear it?
But I need to get rid of that human. But I need to get rid of that human. But I need to get rid of that human.
Okay. Who wants to try imitating? Yes, Suleiman.
But I need to get rid of that human.
Okay. Say it again.
But I need to get rid of that human.
Good. Good job. Next person. Who else? Who wants to try? Frederick or... Frederick, I see you raising your hand. I don't know if it's a technical issue, but it seems like you are raising your hand. If you are not, no problem. So, who wants to imitate this part? Yes, Martial.
Okay.
But I
need to get rid.
Oh, Martial first, then Frederick. Can you wait, please? Marcia will say it first, and then you will go back to you, Frederick. Okay, Marcia, go ahead.
But I need to get rid of that human.
But I need to get help the human.
Say it again.
But I need to get rid of that human.
But I need to get to get help the human.
No. Who wants to help? Who else want to help Marshall? Who wants to try? Yes, Frederick, you raise your hand. Yes, Frederick, we are listening.
Okay. Patterning to get rid about woman.
Say it again, try again.
Patterning to get rid about woman.
Okay.
Human.
I see. Not exactly that, but Francesca, can you help Frederick, please?
But I need to get rid of that human.
Okay, say it again.
But I need to get rid of that human.
Good. So Francesca and Suleiman, you got it right. But I need to get rid of that human. But I need to get rid of that human. But I need to get rid of that human. You see now? So, Marcia, do you want to try again? But I need to get rid of that human.
But I need to get rid of that human.
To get rid of that human.
To get rid of. But I need to get rid of that human.
Good. Frederick, you want to try again? Go ahead.
Yes. Okay. But I need to get rid of that woman. Human.
I need to get rid of that human.
But I need to get rid of that woman.
Human. Okay, good.
But I need to get rid of that human.
But I need to get rid of that human. So what does it mean? So, the wolf saw the buffalo. He said, that buffalo would be a great lunch for me. But, so when we say but, we want to say something opposite, something different, a different idea. But I need to get rid. I need to get rid of that human. Who is the human? Who? The shepherd is the human. Remember, the shepherd is a human. The buffalo is an animal. The wolf wants to eat who? The shepherd or the buffalo? He wants to eat the buffalo. But there is an obstacle, and that obstacle is the human, because the human is protecting the buffalo. They are good friends. They work together. So the wolf is thinking, that buffalo would be a great lunch for me. But there is a human. There is this shepherd. I need to get rid of that shepherd, that human. He is an obstacle. I need to get rid of him. So to get rid of somebody or something is to remove it. Okay, this is disturbing. This is preventing you to reach your goal, to go where you want to go. There is an obstacle. This is blocking you. So the shepherd is blocking the wolf, because the wolf wants to eat the buffalo. But there is a shepherd. There is a human. He is protecting the buffalo. I need to get rid of that human. I don't need the human around. I don't need a shepherd. I want the buffalo for myself. So I need to get rid of. So most of the time you might want to get rid of some situations, like some problems, okay? If you are in trouble, like let's say you are sick, okay? You have malaria, you have headaches, you have fever, you are very sick, and you want to recover, you want to be in good health. So you want to get rid of that malaria, what we call parler in French. Okay, you want to get rid of that disease. You want to be in good shape. Another example, let's say you are having a situation, let's say a problem, okay, and you want to get rid of your problem. Maybe you owe money to somebody, okay? You took money from somebody and you owe that person the money. You need to pay back the money. Otherwise, you will be in trouble. So you need to get rid of that problem. You are in debt. You need to pay back your debt. Okay? So you need to get rid of that situation of debt. So to get rid of is to remove something. And that thing is something you don't like, okay? A problem or an obstacle or a difficulty, okay? So, your imitation and your interpretation of this part. Who wants to say something?
But I need to get rid of that human.
Yes, imitation and interpretation. Frederick, go ahead.
But I need to get rid of that woman. Bon, je connais pas tous les mots, hein. mais j'ai besoin de, je sais pas si c'est monter, to get rid, de cet humain.
I need
Est-ce que
to
j'ai
get
compris?
rid of.
Maintenant, il y a deux mots.
Okay, who wants to try? Who wants to help her? Ange. You wanted to, after Ange, we have Suleiman. So Ange, you wanted to help her, or let's say Suleiman.
But I need to get rid of that human.
Okay, now in French.
Ce qui signifie j'ai besoin de me débarrasser de cet homme.
Good.
D'abord.
Good. That's it. Thank you. Who else? Who wants to say something else? Or is it the same thing that you want? Yes, Ange. Go ahead.
But I need to get rid of that human. Mais j'ai besoin de me débarrasser de cet humain.
Yes, thank you. So that's it. To get rid of. To get rid of. So I told you, pay attention to what I say and my gestures, my move, the way I explain. Pay attention. I need to get rid of. Okay, this is my phone. Maybe my cell phone, it's broken. It doesn't work anymore. I need to get rid of it. And I need to buy a new one. I need a new phone. This is old. It doesn't work anymore. I can't even make calls. So it's useless. I don't need it. I need to get rid of it. And I need a new phone. Yes, this phone is no longer working. So you understand, to get rid of something. Get rid of, and you replace it by something else. Or if this is an obstacle, you remove and you move on. Okay? So I need, Frederick, is it okay now? You understand? Okay, I guess it's okay. So let's move on. Next.
The wolf suddenly appeared before the buffalo and the shepherd. The wolf suddenly appeared before the buffalo and the shepherd. The wolf suddenly appeared before the buffalo and the shepherd.
Now I need some wolves. Imitation. Who is ready to do the imitation? Yes, I'm listening. Francesca, go ahead. Yes, Francesca, go ahead.
Oh, the wolf appeared suddenly before the buffalo.
Yes? You want to try? You can try
again. Okay. Oh, the wolf suddenly appeared before buffalo.
Okay. Almost there. Some few words missing, but it's okay. Good job. Yes.
Excuse me, Coach.
Yes.
Could you please play back this footage? Please?
Okay.
The wolf suddenly appeared before the buffalo and the shepherd.
Yes?
I didn't get anything.
Okay, let me play it again.
The wolf suddenly appeared before the buffalo and the shepherd.
Francesca, you want to try again?
Yes, Coach.
Yes, go ahead.
The wolf suddenly appeared before the buffalo went with shepherd.
Almost there. Oh my goodness. Almost there. Some few words missing still. But anyway, globally it's okay.
Okay.
So this is a bit tricky for you, a bit complicated. Let me help you. Okay. Listen.
The wolf suddenly appeared before the buffalo and the shepherd.
The wolf suddenly appeared before the buffalo and the shepherd. Ahoo! The wolf suddenly appeared before the buffalo and the shepherd. Ahoo! So is it clearer? Yes, Mama Anna. Yes, unmute yourself, please.
The wolf certainly the shepherd, no, the buffalo, the shepherd, excuse-moi, appeared before and the shepherd.
Okay, so listen again and try again, please.
The wolf suddenly appeared before the buffalo and the shepherd.
What? Oh, the wolf certainly the shepherd appeared shepherd. The buffalo shepherd.
Good, you tried. Thank you. The most important is to try. It's not to get it right. It's
yes.
But to try. Thank you for trying. Yes, man.
The wolf suddenly appeared before the buffalo and the shepherd.
Good. So, the wolf suddenly appeared before the buffalo and the shepherd. Ahoo! So what does it mean? So the wolf, remember, the wolf was hidden. He was behind because the buffalo and the shepherd didn't know if there was a wolf around. Yes, Suleiman.
I have a question, Coach.
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, for this small part, we didn't really hear the word hand.
Yes, thank you. Yes, but
Yes,
yeah, but it exists. Let me play it again.
Okay.
The wolf suddenly appeared before the buffalo and the shepherd.
The wolf suddenly appeared before the buffalo and the shepherd. But it's linked. And the shepherd, she said, and the shepherd. And the shepherd.
Okay.
The buffalo and the shepherd. So there are those small words that natives, they barely pronounce it. The way they pronounce it's so fast that you can't even get them, but they exist. So what you have to do is to pay attention. The wolf suddenly appeared before the buffalo and the shepherd. And the shepherd, the buffalo and the shepherd. Okay? So what does it mean? The wolf suddenly appeared. Yes, Suleiman?
Le loup soudainement apparaît devant le buffalo et le berger.
You are so fast. You wanted to give the interpretation even before my explanation, but it's good. It means that you understood. Great. Now, let me explain for others. So you got it. But in English, what does it mean? The buffalo suddenly appeared. Suddenly. So let me appear suddenly. So, look carefully. Look at me. I am here now. You see me, right? I will disappear. I appear. I disappear. So you see? So the wolf suddenly appeared. So the wolf was there. Suddenly appeared before the buffalo and the shepherd. So I have some characters here. Okay. So this is, I know this is not a buffalo or this is not a shepherd. Just as an example, okay? So let me. Okay, the blue Caesar, this is a shepherd. And this yellow duck is the buffalo, okay? And this green turtle is the wolf. So look carefully. Now you see no wolf. The wolf suddenly appeared before the buffalo and the shepherd. The wolf suddenly appeared. It was sudden. It was like a surprise. Sudden. Oh, a wolf. The wolf suddenly appeared before. So this is a wolf. No, this is a buffalo and the shepherd. And this is a wolf. So the wolf is before the buffalo and the shepherd. Before. So not behind. This is behind. This is a wolf. The wolf is behind my head. The wolf is before me, before or in front of. So the wolf suddenly appeared before the buffalo and the shepherd. And when he appeared, he wanted to make himself understood. So he shouted, "Ahoo! I am present." You see? So he came out, he appeared suddenly before the buffalo and the shepherd. Ahoo! So now I want your imitation and your French interpretation. Who is ready? Francesca and Martial. So Martial first. Let's go. Imitation, interpretation.
Okay. The wolf suddenly appeared before buffalo and shepherd.
You missed 2 important words. Say it again. Listen again, please. Listen again and say it again.
Okay.
Listen first.
Okay.
The wolf suddenly appeared before the buffalo and the shepherd.
Yes?
The wolf suddenly appeared before the buffalo and the shepherd.
Good. Great job. Who else? Francesca. Yes, your turn. Thank you, Martial. Francesca, let's go. Sorry, Martial. Now after imitation, now your French interpretation.
Ok. Le loup, c'est ça, non? Le loup est apparu soudainement devant le fermier et le buffle. Voilà.
Buffle or
et il s'est mis à hurler. Voilà.
Good.
Et à hurler.
Good. So, Francesca, thank you, Martial. Francesca, yes. Imitation, interpretation.
Ahoo! The wolf suddenly appeared before the buffalo and the shepherd. Ahoo! The wolf suddenly appeared before the buffalo and the shepherd.
Okay, in French.
Le loup apparut soudainement devant le buffle et le fermier.
Good. Somebody else? Thank you, Francesca. Yes. Is it okay for everyone? Who else wants to try imitating and interpreting? Is it okay? So, the wolf suddenly appeared before the buffalo and the shepherd. Ahoo! Now, next, listen to what the wolf has to say. The wolf is going to say something. Because remember, at that time, once upon a time, long time ago, animals still had the ability to speak. Animals were able to speak. So the wolf is going to say something. He's going to talk like a human.
The wolf suddenly appeared before the buffalo and the shepherd.
I have a few questions for you. If you can't answer, the buffalo is mine. I have a few questions for you. If you can't answer, the buffalo is mine. I have a few questions for you. If you can't answer, the buffalo is mine.
Okay. I need some imitation. Yes, Francesca. And after Francesca, Suleiman. Yes, go ahead, Francesca.
I have a free question for you. If you can't answer, the buffalo is mine.
Good, good. Yes, Suleiman.
I have a few questions for you. If you can't, the buffalo is mine.
Oh, you missed something. You missed some few words.
What, coach?
Listen again.
Okay.
I have a few questions for you. If you can't answer, the buffalo is mine.
Yes.
I have a few questions for you. If you can't answer, the buffalo is mine.
Yeah, that's it. Great. Genevieve. Thank you, Suleiman. Genevieve, your turn.
I have a few questions for you. If you can't answer, the buffalo is mine.
Good. I think that part is much easier than the previous one. This is easy. So, I have... Yes, Jennifer, you want to say something again? Okay. I have a few questions for you. If you can't answer, the buffalo is mine. So what does it mean? So the wolf is speaking. So the wolf says, I have a few questions for you. I want to ask you some questions. Okay? I want to ask you something. So when we want to ask something, we ask questions. I have a few questions for you. Not many questions, no, but a few, maybe 1 or 2 questions. Okay, I have a few questions for you. So imagine this wolf wants to ask questions to the buffalo and the shepherd. He suddenly appeared, and he said, I have a few questions for you. If you can't answer, the buffalo is mine. I want to ask you some few questions. But if you can't answer, if you can't find the right answers to the questions, if you don't give me correct answers, I will take the buffalo and go away. I will take the buffalo with me. The buffalo is mine. So, this is what he said. I have a few questions for you. For who? For the buffalo and the shepherd. I have a few questions for you. If you can't answer, the buffalo is mine. Mine. So, this is my phone. The phone is mine. Okay? The phone is not for you. It's not yours. No. This phone belongs to me. It is mine. So, normally the buffalo belongs to the shepherd. So the buffalo is not, doesn't belong to the wolf. No. So normally the shepherd should say, this buffalo is mine. But the wolf said, if you can't answer to my questions, the buffalo is mine. I will take the buffalo as mine. I will go with the buffalo. I have a few questions for you. If you can't answer, the buffalo is mine. So this is a shepherd, this is a buffalo, and this is a wolf. I have a few questions for you. If you can't answer, the buffalo is mine. So, imitation and interpretation. Yes, Mama Anna, unmute yourself and say it.
I have a question for you. I have for you. No, I have a question for you.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you want me to play it again? Let me play it again.
I have a few questions for you. If you can't answer, the buffalo is mine.
I have a question for you. The buffalo is mine.
Good job. You tried. Great. Thank you. So, who else? Now your interpretation.
Je veux poser une question pour, je sais pas, des questions. Je n'arrive pas.
If you can't answer, the buffalo is mine.
Du buffalo, le bœuf. Hein? Je suis désolée, j'allais.
Okay, no worries. Thank you for your participation. No, it's okay. Thank you. So who else? Who wants to try? Ange, yes. Imitation and interpretation. Ange, unmute yourself, please, and say something. Oh, no, Ange. Okay, Genebu, go ahead. Imitation, interpretation.
I have a few questions for you. If you can't answer, the buffalo's mind.
Okay.
J'ai quelques questions à te poser. Si tu n'as pas de réponse, le buffle est à moi.
Good. Wow, that's great. So, but only one word not correct because he said, I have a few questions for you. He was addressing both of them, buffalo and shepherds. So he said, I have a few questions for you. You and you. You buffalo and you shepherd. I have a few questions. Yes?
Donc, j'ai quelques questions pour vous.
Yes. If you can't answer, the buffalo is mine.
Si vous n'avez pas de réponse, le buffle est à moi.
Good. That's it. Thank you, Genebu. Yes. Who wants to say something again? Imitation, interpretation. Yes, Ange.
I have a few questions for you. If you can answer, the buffalo is mine.
Okay. Almost there. In French. In French now.
J'ai quelques questions pour vous. Si vous ne répondez pas, le buffle est à moi.
Okay. Good. So, but pay attention again to the imitation. I have a few questions for you. If you can't answer, the buffalo is mine. Okay. So, do you want to try again, Ange? Imitation.
Okay. I have a few questions for you. If you can answer, the buffalo is mine.
Okay, almost there. So you need to listen a lot. Next time, listen a lot, and then you will pay attention. So you see, in English, the S sound is very important. I have a few questions. A few questions.
I have a few questions.
Yes, for you.
For you. If you can answer.
Now this part. If you can't. Yes.
If you can't answer. If you can't answer, the buffalo is mine.
The buffalo.
The buffalo is mine.
Good. So
the buffalo is mine.
Now say it all together. I have a few questions for you. If you can't answer, the buffalo is mine. Go ahead, Ange.
Okay, I have a few questions for you. If you can't answer, the buffalo is mine.
Good. Great job. Thank you, Ange. Now, Martial, your turn. Imitation, interpretation. Unmute yourself, please.
Okay. I have a few questions for you. If you can't answer, the buffalo is mine.
Good. You see, it's much. It's clear. You get the sounds right. The s and the t. These are very important sounds in English. So,
okay.
Thank you, Marcia. Now in French. Marcia, in French now.
In French.
Yes.
J'ai quelques questions pour vous. If you can't answer. Si vous ne pouvez pas répondre, le buffle est à moi.
Good. Thank you. Great job. Yes, Jean-Marc, your turn. Welcome and unmute yourself and say something.
Hello, good afternoon,
Yes.
everyone.
Now it's good evening because it's no longer
Hey, good,
afternoon.
good. Yeah, good evening.
Good evening to you. So go ahead. Imitation,
Okay,
interpretation.
I have a few questions for you. If you can answer, the buffalo is mine.
Good, great job. Now I want to explain something to you. The difference between British English and American English. Now we are studying American English. And one of the greatest difference between both English is the can. In British English from Britain, meaning United Kingdom of England, okay. So they say if you can, they say can. So maybe they will say, I have a few questions for you. If you can't answer, this is the British English. I don't speak British. Sorry for British English people, but I'm speaking American English. So, by the way, I don't have to be sorry for that, but this is what I chose to speak. But I want you to see the difference. British people from England, they will say, if you can't answer, something like that. People from Australia, England, Ireland, or Scotland, okay? If you can't answer, the buffalo is mine. Or South Africa, or Kenya, or Nigeria. But American people from America or Canada, they will say, if you can't answer, so you see the difference. Can't, and can't. Can, can't. You see? Answer. You see? Very different. That's how you know if the person is speaking American English or British English, okay? But at school, okay, we study British English from CEAV to terminal. This is British English. As we evolve in life, okay, we choose to move on with American like I did, or with British. But I chose American because American English is more practical, okay? In real life situation, American is more, let's say, efficient. Okay, I prefer American English. And we have a lot of exposure to American English, like in movies, okay? In culture, even business, okay? American English is much more practical to use. So reason why I'm coaching what I know the best, American English, okay? But you need to know the differences between both English. But as we move on, you will notice those differences because I will point them out, okay? So, who wants to try again imitating, or do you have questions? I see Ange. Ange or Frederick, you want to say something? Yes, Ange.
Yes, I have a question.
Yes, go ahead.
I want to know between the both English, American and Britain English, what is popular in the world?
American.
Okay.
American. And to be honest with you, if you really want to have a lot of, let's say, advantages, okay, American English is better. That's what I chose. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
For business, even for technical trainings, American English is much more practical. Okay? And but it depends, because if you happen to be working with American people, you will likely be speaking American. But if you happen to be working with British people, you'll likely be speaking British English. So it depends on where you will be, like, spending most of your time. Will you be spending your time with British people or with American people? Who will you be listening to? Like all day long. Okay? But nevertheless, Americans and British, they understand each other. American people understand British. British understand American. But some few differences in pronunciation and some vocabulary. But generally, it's the same English. They understand each other. Okay? But when you start speaking English fluently, you need to choose to pick one accent. You need to decide, I want to speak American English or I want to speak British English. You can't be speaking both at the same time. You have to choose. I chose American. That's what I'm speaking. I didn't choose British. Not that I don't like them, but I prefer it. And what I do, I'm exposed to American English most of the time. So eventually, I happen to be speaking English, American English. So American is the most popular, but it depends on your career path. Where will you be? Who will you be working with? Communicating with? Are they American people or British people? If it's British, you need to get used to the accent because the way they speak is different than the way American people speak. Okay, some pronunciation, it's quite different. As we move on, I will have you listen to British English as well for you to see the difference because it's very important to know that both ways of speaking English are quite different. Okay, and you need to pick your accent. So if you are here with me, you have decided that you want to speak American English, and that's what I'm speaking with you. If you prefer British, then maybe you need to get used to listening to British more. Okay. So can we move on now with the story? So is it okay, Ange? Jean-Marc?
Yes, it's okay. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Jean-Marc, you want to ask something?
Yes, you can move on.
Okay, good. So let's move on.
I have a few questions for you. If you can't answer, the buffalo is mine.
So I have a few questions for you. If you can't answer, the buffalo is mine. That's dangerous. So the buffalo, and imagine the buffalo and the shepherd, they are like, what? Like a wolf appearing and then what's going on? They are surprised. So
the shepherd and the buffalo were very curious about what the cunning wolf would ask.
Now pay attention because I want you to do imitation. So you do imitation, I explain, and then we interpret and we move on. So
the shepherd and the buffalo were very curious about what the cunning wolf would ask. The shepherd and the buffalo were very curious about what the cunning wolf would ask.
Okay, who wants to try? Imitating. I say imitation. You don't have to understand. Just imitate. Just say what you heard. Just say it. Yes, Frederick. Unmute yourself, Frederick. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the shepherd and the buffalo were very curious about yet a canny wolf when asked.
Okay, listen again and try imitating again. Listen again.
The shepherd and the buffalo were very curious about what the cunning wolf would ask.
The shepherd and the buffalo were very curious about what a canny wolf when asked.
Okay, you tried. Good. Great job. Next, Ange. Yes.
Okay.
Let me play it first. Let me play it again.
The shepherd and the buffalo were very curious about what the cunning wolf would ask.
Okay. I can start?
Yes.
The shepherd and the buffalo were very curious about that the cunning wolf would ask.
Oh, almost there. Just one word missing. Please listen again.
The shepherd and the buffalo were very curious about what the cunning wolf would ask.
Good! You found it. You did it. Great. So what you need is to pay attention to the sound and then just reproduce it. Yes, Francesca. After Francesca, Genebu. Francesca, go ahead.
The shepherd and the buffalo were very curious about what the cunning wolf would ask.
Good, Francesca. Good job. Genebu. Let me play it again.
Can you repeat
yes.
for me? Yes.
The shepherd and the buffalo were very curious about what the cunning wolf would ask.
Again, please.
The shepherd and the buffalo were very curious about what the cunning wolf would ask.
The shepherd and the buffalo was very curious, but thing called wisdom. No.
Listen again. One last time.
Okay.
The shepherd and the buffalo were very curious about what the cunning wolf would ask.
The shepherd and the buffalo was very curious. Cunning wolf would ask.
Okay, you tried. You tried, Genevieve. Thank you for trying. Yes, Ange and Frederick. Ange, you want to say something or ask something?
No, excuse me.
Okay, it's okay. So, the buffalo and the shepherd. No.
The shepherd.
The shepherd and the buffalo were very curious about what the cunning wolf would ask.
The shepherd and the buffalo were very curious about what the cunning wolf would ask.
The shepherd and the buffalo were very curious about what the cunning wolf would ask. Okay? So now let me explain. The shepherd, okay, our shepherd. Last time I said our shepherd's name is John Mark. So our shepherd, John Mark, and his buffalo, they were very curious about what the cunning wolf would ask. Because the cunning wolf said, I have a few questions for you. So the cunning wolf wanted to ask questions. So the buffalo and the shepherd, they were curious. Oh, what kind of questions does he want to ask? Like we are here and we have a wolf appearing before us suddenly, and he wants to ask questions? So they were curious. They wanted to know the kind of questions that he wanted to ask. So they said, I have a few questions for you. If you can't answer, the buffalo is mine. So they were curious. They wanted to know those questions, those few questions. What does he want to ask? This wolf, this cunning wolf. Remember, cunning wolf. Very intelligent wolf. Smart. He has something in his mind. A cunning wolf. So the buffalo, the shepherd and the buffalo were very curious about what? They were curious about something. What were they curious about? They were curious about what the cunning wolf would ask. The wolf wanted to ask a few questions. What are those questions? They were curious. They wanted to know. Okay? So, the shepherd and the wolf were very curious about what the cunning wolf would ask. So, your imitation and your interpretation. You have the floor. Unmute yourself and say something. Yes. Nobody? Jenebu. Oh, Frederick. Yes, Francesca, go ahead. Francesca.
No. I said that I don't understand.
You don't understand
what you say.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, let me explain again. You have a buffalo and you have a shepherd. The buffalo and the shepherd, they were curious. To be curious. When you are curious, you want to know something. You have a curiosity. Your curiosity, it means you want to know something. Something is going on and you want to know. You are curious. Maybe somebody is knocking on your door. Knock, knock, knock. And you say, who is there? You want to know. You are curious. Who is knocking on the door? You are asking because you are curious. You want to know. Who is there knocking at your door? So it's the same. The buffalo and the shepherd, they were curious. They were very curious about something. They wanted to know why. Why the wolf? They wanted to know the questions the wolf wanted to ask. They were curious. Imagine they were around, okay? The shepherd was sitting under an apple tree and the buffalo was grazing, okay? And then the wolf suddenly appeared. Oh, I have a few questions for you. If you can't answer, the buffalo is mine. So the buffalo and the shepherd, they are curious. Oh, you have some questions? What questions? Ask. They are curious. They want to know. The questions that the wolf wanted to ask. Yes. Who wants to try something? Let me give you another example. Today is Father's Day, right? Let's say, Marcia, you are a father. And your wife prepared a gift for you. Your wife and your children. They want to say Happy Father's Day. So your wife bought something, a gift. Okay? And they are ready to give you the gift. And your wife come along with your children and they say together, Happy Father's Day! And they give you the gift. And you are so happy. You are curious. Now you are curious about the gift. What is inside? You want to know. Is it some shoes or is it a shirt? What is this gift? You are curious. You want to know. So this is another example of curiosity. Like the buffalo and the shepherd. They were curious. The wolf said, I have a few questions for you. Then the buffalo and the shepherd, they are curious. Oh, really? You want to ask questions? What questions? They want to know. They are curious about what the wolf want to ask. Yes. You don't need to understand every single word. You just need to get the broad idea. Okay, generally, what does it mean? Okay, you just need the general idea, okay? Don't go into all the details. All you need at the beginning stage is to understand. generally. Okay. I know some of you are shy. You want somebody to try first and then you will you will say something. Yes, Frederick. Try something. Imitation and then interpretation. Go ahead.
Okay. The shepherd and the buffalo were very curious about what the cunning wolf would ask.
Okay. The shepherd and the buffalo were very curious about Kenny Wolf when asked.
Okay, now in French.
Le berger et le bison sont très curieux de ce que Vous avez dit Kenny, c'est intelligent. Cet intelligent loup vient de leur demander.
Would ask. He didn't ask yet. He said, I have a few questions for you. He didn't ask the question yet. He will ask the question later, but he said, I have some questions I want to ask you now. So now they were curious about those questions, those upcoming questions. You want to try again, Frederick? Yes, go ahead.
In French?
Yeah, give me your French interpretation. Your imitation is okay. Oh, it's okay. Now I want you to tell me what you understand, but in French.
Okay. Le berger et le bison sont curieux de... I don't know.
You don't know. Okay, thank you for trying. Yes, Francesca, do you want to help her? Go ahead.
Yes, coach.
Yes.
Le berger et le buffle étaient curieux au sujet de la question que le loup intelligent poserait.
Good. That's it. Who wants to rephrase it again? Who wants to say it again in another, let's say, easy French? Yes, imitation and interpretation. Yes, Ange.
The shepherd and the buffalo were very curious about what the cunning wolf would ask. Le fermier et le buffle étaient curieux de savoir qu'est-ce que l'intelligent loup allait poser comme question.
Good. That's great. Thank you, Ange. You see? It's easy. Sometimes when it's a bit difficult, you need more time to process. You need to think a lot. But it's okay. The most important is for you to understand. And for me to know if you understood or not is to say it in French. And that helps you along the way because it's good to know how to say things that are in English. It's good to know how to say them in French. It's good to know how to do French interpretation. So it's a good training for you. It will help you in the long run. So one last person, is it okay? So the shepherd and the buffalo were very curious. Not just curious, very curious. What does it mean? Very curious, not just curious. They were very curious about what the cunning wolf would ask. Very, when you hear, thank you, or thank you very much, or when you hear, very good, very good. You see, very, this word is to emphasize the thing. Good? Very good. Very curious. They were very curious. Okay? You understand this part? I hope you do. Because if I say, I am, for example, I say, oh, I'm tired. I'm tired. I worked all day long. I am tired. But if I say, I am very tired. I am very tired. Oh, for example, let's say the wolf. The wolf was hungry. Yes. The wolf was very hungry. Oh, I am hungry. I need to eat. Very, see the difference? He was hungry. He was very hungry. So very, when you want to emphasize, you add very. It's not just hungry. It's very, very hungry. Okay? So, that's it. So they were very curious about what the cunning wolf would ask. Oh, you want to ask something? What is it that you want to ask? Dear wolf. So let's listen to the questions.
The shepherd and the buffalo were very curious about what the cunning wolf would ask.
Why does a buffalo serve a human when he has such powerful horns, huh?
Now, be ready for imitation.
Why does a buffalo serve a human when he has such powerful horns, huh? Why does a buffalo serve a human when he has such powerful horns, huh? Why does a buffalo serve a human when he has such powerful horns, huh?
Yes, Jenebu.
Why the buffalo serve human when he's such powerful for your arms?
Oh, almost there. Listen again and say it again, Jenebu. Pay close attention, please.
Why does a buffalo serve a human when he has such powerful horns, huh?
Yes, Jenebu.
Why the buffalo serve human when he's such powerful your answer?
Okay, good. You tried. Some few words missing, but you tried. Thank you, Jenebu. Yes, I see Ange.
Yes.
Okay, let me play it. And
Why?
Let me play it first, please.
Okay.
Why does a buffalo serve a human when he has such powerful horns, huh?
Why does a buffalo serve a human when he has such powerful horns?
Oh, good. Almost. I mean, the last word. Only the last word. Listen again, please, Ash. Only the last word. Listen carefully.
Okay.
Why does a buffalo serve a human when he has such powerful horns, huh?
Why does a buffalo serve a human when he has such powerful horns?
Good, good, Ange. That's it. When you pay close attention, you get it right. Yes, good. Who else? Francesca. Thank you, Ange. Francesca, your turn.
Why does buffalo serve a human when he has such powerful horns?
Good, Francesca, but only one sound missing in the beginning of your sentence. Listen again.
Why does a buffalo serve a human when he has such powerful horns, huh?
Why does a buffalo serve a human when he has such powerful horns?
Good. Good. Yes, Frederick. You want to try?
Why is the buffalo serve a woman when he's such powerful. You can't repeat the
Okay,
audio,
but
please.
please pay attention. Be very focused.
Okay.
Okay.
Why does a buffalo serve a human when he has such powerful horns, huh?
Okay. Why is the buffalo serve a woman when he's such powerful for a home?
Okay, so you need to listen a lot again. But good job, good job. Some few words missing, but good job. Thank you. So, what does he say? Listen. Why does a buffalo serve a human when he has such powerful horns? Why does a buffalo serve a human when he has such powerful horns? So, what does it mean? So, now this is a wolf speaking, okay? He said, I have a few questions. Now he's going to ask his questions. Question number 1. This is a wolf speaking. Why does a
buffalo serve a human when he has such powerful horns, huh?
Why does a buffalo serve a human when he has such powerful horns? You, buffalo. So he's talking to the buffalo, the wolf. He's asking his first question to the buffalo. You, buffalo. You are a buffalo. Why do you, a buffalo, why do you serve a human? You are a buffalo. You are a huge buffalo. You are big. You have horns. Why do you serve a human? Because remember, the buffalo is working with the shepherd. He is helping the shepherd in the field work. He is serving the shepherd. He is doing what the shepherd wants. Digging, doing other stuff in the field, in the plantation. So the buffalo is serving the shepherd. So the question of the wolf is, why? Why do you do that, buffalo? Why do you serve a human? You can do something else, but you serve a human. Why do you do that? Why does a buffalo serve a human when he has such powerful power? You have horns. Your horns are very powerful. It means you can even kill the human. But why do you serve him? You have powerful horns and you serve a human. Why do you do that? So the question of the wolf is, the wolf doesn't understand. The wolf says, oh, you are a buffalo and you serve a human. You have powerful horns. Why do you serve a human? So this is the first question of the wolf. Why does a buffalo serve a human when he has such powerful horns? You can use your horns to kill the human, but instead you serve him. Why do you do that? I don't understand, buffalo. You have powerful horns and you serve a human instead of killing him? I don't understand you, buffalo. So, the reaction of the wolf is a surprise. Oh. You are not supposed to serve a human, buffalo. But you do that. Why? I want to know why. So, your imitation and now your interpretation. But let's go for the interpretation because we are, let's say we are at the end of today's session. So what's your interpretation in French? Yes, Frederic or Francesca or Ange? Ange, let's go with Ange. Yes.
Okay. In French?
Yes.
Le loup est surpris de voir le buffle, ses puissants cornes, se mettre au service du fermier.
Good. So he's asking the question to the wolf. So now ask your question in French. Speak like the wolf, but speak French. Let's go.
Okay. What is it?
Say it in French, but you are the wolf and you are addressing the buffalo. But say your question in French. In French.
Okay. Pourquoi un buffle c'est un humain quand il a des cornes puissantes, des puissantes cornes?
Good. That's it. Good try. Thank you, Ange. Yes, Frederic or Francesca. Yes, Francesca.
Pourquoi un buffle c'est un humain alors qu'il a de si puissantes cornes?
Good. Good try. Great. One last one. The last one. Yes, Frederic. You are raising your hand.
Okay. Pourquoi le bison sert un humain lorsqu'il a de puissantes cornes?
Okay. So, thank you. Good try, Frederic. So, you see? So, the wolf is surprised. Oh, why does a buffalo serve a human when he has such powerful horns? So, I am the wolf. Oh, and I am the wolf and I'm talking to the buffalo. You, buffalo, I don't understand you. I can't even understand you. You are big. You are huge. You have powerful horns. And what do you do with all that? You serve a human? How can you do that? I mean, are you out of your mind? How can you serve this shepherd? You are too good to do that. You can even kill the shepherd. But you don't do that. You serve him. Oh, poor buffalo. I didn't know you could do such things. Serving a human. You surprise me a lot. So I'm trying to mimic the reaction of the wolf. So that's it for today.
That buffalo would be a great lunch for me. But I need to get rid of that human.
The wolf suddenly appeared before the buffalo and the shepherd.
I have a few questions for you. If you can't answer, the buffalo is mine.
The shepherd and the buffalo were very curious about what the cunning wolf would ask.
Why does a buffalo serve a human when he has such powerful horns, huh?
Well, because I plow the shepherd's field, and he feeds me the best food. Well, because I plow the shepherd's field, and he feeds me the best food. Well, because I plow the shepherd's field, and he feeds me the best food.
Allez, à vous maintenant. Alors, nous avons Jenebou qui a envoyé son imitation. On écoute Jenebou.
Well, because I plow the shepherd's field. and he feeds me the best food.
Good, very good, Jenebu. So now let's go with the comprehensible input. Let me first imitate and then explain.
Well, because I plow the shepherd's field, and he feeds me the best food.
Well, because I plow the shepherd's field, and he feeds me the best food. What does it mean? Well, because I plow the shepherd's field, and he feeds me the best food. So in this short part, the buffalo is speaking. The buffalo. So the buffalo is giving his answer to the wolf, because the wolf asked the question. He asked questions to the buffalo. He said, why does a buffalo serve a human when he has such powerful horns? Now, this is the answer from the buffalo. The buffalo said, because I plow the shepherd's field, the shepherd's plantation, and the shepherd, and he feeds me. He feeds me the best food. So the shepherd and I, we work together. I help the shepherds, and the shepherds gives me food in return. Now, give me your interpretation in French. What does it mean? So, after watching my explanation, what does it mean, this part? Because I plow the shepherd's field, and he feeds me the best food. What does it mean in French? I am listening. Okay, we've got one answer from Jenebu. Let's listen.
Ici, dans cette partie, le buffle répond à l'interrogation à la question posée par le loup. Le buffle lui dit qu'il aide le fermier à labourer son champ, et celui-ci, en retour, lui donne de la bonne nourriture.
Wow, that's it. That's great. Thank you very much, Jenebu. Yeah, that's it. So the buffalo is explaining how he is able to serve the human, the shepherd. Yes, I plow the shepherd's field, and the shepherd gives me the best food. We are working together. We are in a partnership. Yes, thank you, Jenebu. That's great. Now, let's move on. Next audio to listen to for imitation. So, listen carefully.
Well, how can a shepherd make this huge buffalo serve him? Is that a magic cane in your hand?
Again?
Well, how can a shepherd make this huge buffalo serve him? Is that a magic cane in your hand?
One more time.
Well, how can a shepherd make this huge buffalo serve him? Is that a magic cane in your hand?
Okay, now your turn to do the imitation. Let's go. So, Jenebu sent her message. Let's listen to Jenebu's imitation.
Well, how can a shepherd make a huge buffalo serve him? Is it a magic cane in your hand?
Oh, Genevieve, that's great, but just one word missing. Let me help you. Let me imitate. How can a shepherd make this huge buffalo serve him? Is that a magic cane in your hand? Now listen to your imitation and find out the difference.
Well, how can a shepherd make a huge buffalo serve him? Is it a magic cane in your hand?
So, listen carefully, Genevieve, and say it again. Écoutons l'imitation de Frédéric.
How can a shepherd make a huge buffalo serve him? Is that a magical in your hand?
Okay, Frédéric, thank you. You got right what Genevieve didn't get right. But at the end, you didn't get it right. So, at the end, is that a magical hand? At the end, it is that a magic cane in your hand? Okay, let's listen to Genevieve.
How can a shepherd make a huge buffalo serve him? Is that a magic cane in your hand?
That's it, Genevieve. You got it right. That's it. Is that a magic cane in your hand? And not, is this. You see the difference? Thank you. That's great. Okay. So now let's move on. How can How can a buffalo make How can a shepherd make this huge buffalo serve him? Is that a magic cane in your hand? So now the wolf is asking the question to who? To the shepherd. After asking the question to the buffalo, now he's talking to the shepherd. So he's saying, you shepherd, how can you shepherd, how can you make this huge buffalo, this very big buffalo, how can you make this huge buffalo serve him? How do you do that? Is it because of a magic cane? A cane. So remember, a shepherd, he has a cane. So he's asking, is it a magic cane in your hand? Next, now give me your interpretation in French. So what I just explained, tell me what it means in French. Okay? How can a shepherd make this huge buffalo serve him? Is that a magic cane in your hand? What does it mean in French? I'm listening. We have another message from Genevieve. Let's listen to Genevieve once again.
Is that magic cane in your hand? Is that magic cane in your hand?
Good, Genevieve. Yes. Is that a magic cane in your hand? So let's move on. Dr. G, let's listen to Dr. G.
Comment est-ce que ce berger est aussi intelligent fait pour que ce grand buff puisse le suivre? Est-ce parce qu'il a une canne magique en main?
Yes. Yes, that's it. Yes, Dr. G, that's great. That's it. How can a shepherd make this huge buffalo serve him? How? Is that a magic cane in your hand? Well done. Great. So, who else? Who else? We have Frederick. Let's listen to Frederick.
Comment fait le berger pour qu'un gros buffalo soit à son service? Est-ce que c'est parce qu'il tient une canne ou une baguette magique entre ses mains?
Yeah, exactly. Great, Frederick. Well done. That's it. Now, let's move on with the next imitation. Listen carefully.
No, it's not the cane that's magical, it's our wisdom.
The wolf did not understand what the shepherd meant.
No, it's not the cane that's magical, it's our wisdom.
The wolf did not understand what the shepherd meant.
No, it's not the cane that's magical, it's our wisdom.
The wolf did not understand what the shepherd meant.
Okay, now I need some imitation. Your turn. So we have one imitation from Genebu. Let's listen to Genebu.
Comment ce berger arrive-t-il à faire obéir ce gigantesque buffle? Sa canne serait-elle magique?
Yeah, good interpretation, Genebu. Great. Now it's time to do the imitation of the next part. Okay, thank you very much, Genebu. No messages from who? From who? Let's listen, Genebu.
No, it's not a cane that's magical. It's our wisdom.
This is Genebu and Frederick.
No, it's not a cane that's magical.
Okay, Dr. G?
No, it's not the cane that's magical. It is the wisdom.
So you tried. No, it's not the cane that's magical. It's our wisdom. No, it's not the cane that's magical. It's our wisdom. No, it's not the cane that's magical. It's our wisdom. Now, what's the next part of this excerpt? Listen.
The wolf did not understand what the shepherd meant. The wolf did not understand what the shepherd meant. The wolf did not understand what the shepherd meant.
Okay, now try to do the imitation of the second part. The wolf did not understand what the shepherd meant. Your turn. Okay. We have a new message from Frederick. Let's listen to Frederick.
The wolf did not understand what the shepherd meant.
Okay, good, Frederick. So, but just one sound is not correct. The wolf did not understand what the shepherd, not shepherd, not shepherd, the wolf did not understand what the shepherd meant. Good. Let's listen to Genebu.
The wolf did not understand what the shepherd meant. The wolf did not understand what the shepherd meant.
Okay, this is Genebu. Okay, Genebu, let me help you again. The wolf. The wolf, not the. It's not a D sound. This is a special sound in English. The wolf did not understand what the shepherd meant. Okay, Genevieve? So let's listen to Dr. G.
No, it's not a cane that's magical. It's our wisdom.
Okay, Frederick.
The wolf did not understand what the shepherd meant.
Good, Frederick.
The wolf did not understand what the shepherd meant.
Good job, Frederick and Dr. G. Now let me give the explanation in English, okay? Let me explain what it means. No, it's not the cane that's magical, it's our wisdom. The wolf did not understand what the shepherd meant. Let me explain in English. No, it's not the cane that's magical. No, it's not the cane that's magical. It's our wisdom. The wolf did not understand what the shepherd meant. So, the wolf asked the question to the shepherd. Why? How can a shepherd make this huge buffalo serve him? Is that a magic cane in your hand? Is it because you use a magic cane? And the wolf said, no, it's not the cane that's magical. My cane? No, it's not because this is magical. The cane is not magical. It's our wisdom. No, it's not the cane that's magical. No. The cane magical? No. What is magical then? It is our wisdom. Wisdom. The wolf did not understand what the shepherd meant. The shepherd said wisdom, but the wolf, what does it mean? No, it's not the cane that's magical. It's our wisdom. Now, give me your French imitation of this part. I am listening to you. Je vais récapituler en faisant l'exercice, le fameux exercice d'imitation simultanée que vous serez emmené à faire un peu plus tard. Donc, on évolue progressivement. Let's go.
Well, because I
plow
the shepherd's field,
and he feeds me the best food.
Well,
How can a shepherd make this huge buffalo serve him? Is that a magic cane in your hand?
No,
it's not the cane that's magical. It's our wisdom.
The wolf did not
understand what the shepherd meant.
Your wisdom?
What's that? That's not an answer. Now I can take this buffalo home if I want. But I'm very curious about this thing called wisdom. Too. Okay, we have Genevieve sending something. Let's listen to Genevieve.
Non, ce n'est pas la canne qui est magique, c'est plutôt de la sagesse.
Yes, Genevieve, well done. That's the first part of the excerpt. It's not the cane that's magical, it's our wisdom. Now, what's next? You didn't say it. When he said, the wolf did not understand what the shepherd meant. What does it mean? Okay, we are almost at the end. Here is the final video. So let's listen.
Your wisdom? What's
that?
That's
not an answer.
Now
I can take this buffalo home if I want. But I'm very curious about this thing called wisdom too. Your wisdom? What's that? That's not an answer. Now I can take this buffalo home if I want. But I'm very curious about this thing called wisdom too. So this is a wolf talking. He said to the shepherd, your wisdom? Wisdom. I don't know. What is wisdom? That's not an answer. That's not the answer I was expecting. I told you to give me an answer and you said wisdom. No. That's not an answer. Now I will take the buffalo. I will go home with the buffalo. But he said, but I'm very curious. I want to know what is wisdom. I want to know. I'm very curious about the thing called wisdom too. I want to know what is wisdom. Me too, I want to know. Okay, we have another message from Jenebo. Let's listen.
Non, ce n'est pas la canne qui est magique, c'est plutôt de la sagesse. Mais le loup ne comprend pas. Il ne comprend pas ce que ça veut dire, sagesse.
Yes, Jennifer, that's it. Great job. Thank you. Okay, now I want you all to do your imitation and your interpretation for this final part. Okay? Your wisdom? That's not an answer. Now I can take this buffalo home if I want. But I'm very curious about this thing called wisdom too. The wolf is curious about this thing called wisdom too. So let's take this final part. Okay, we have a message from Dr. G. Let's see.
Non, il ne s'agit pas d'une canne, cette magie, mais c'est plutôt notre intelligence, notre sagesse.
Good, Dr. G. Thank you. Let's break this last part down. Let's break it down. That's not an answer. So the TH sound, the like the shepherd. That's not an answer. That's not an answer. Now I can take this like that, this. Now I can take this buffalo home. Now I can take, so where is my buffalo? Okay. So the wolf, the buffalo, and my blue Caesar, the shepherd. Oh, the wolf. Now, no, that's not an answer. Now I can take this buffalo home if I want. Home if I want. Now I can take this buffalo home if I want. But I'm very curious about this thing called wisdom. 2.
Your wisdom? What's that? That's not an answer. Now I can take this buffalo home if I want.
But
I'm very curious about this thing called wisdom.
2. Your wisdom? That's not an answer. Now I can take this buffalo home if I want. But I'm very curious about this thing called wisdom. 2. Okay, dear challengers, that's it for today. Okay, so are you ready?
Okay. Yes.
Good. So let's go.
Once upon a time, when animals still had the ability to speak, a huge buffalo was living on the shepherd's farm. The buffalo was helping the shepherd in the field work, and the shepherd was doing his best to make him happy. One day, the shepherd, who was taking the buffalo to graze, sat under an apple tree to get some rest. At that moment, a hungry, cunning wolf sneaked up and followed them.
That buffalo would be a great lunch for me. But I need to get rid of that human.
The wolf suddenly appeared before the buffalo and the shepherd.
I have a few questions for you. If you can't answer, the buffalo is mine.
The shepherd and the buffalo were very curious about what the cunning wolf would ask.
Why does a buffalo serve a human when he has such powerful horns, huh?
Well, because I plow the shepherd's field, and he feeds me the best food.
Well, how can a shepherd make this huge buffalo serve him? Is that a magic cane in your hand?
No, it's not the cane that's magical, it's our wisdom.
The wolf did not understand what the shepherd meant.
Your wisdom? What's that? That's not an answer. Now I can take this buffalo home if I want. But I'm very curious about this thing called wisdom. 2.
Okay. This is where we stopped last time. I'm very curious about this thing called wisdom. 2. So this is the wolf speaking. The wolf talking to the shepherd. Because the shepherd said, how does a shepherd make this huge buffalo serve him? Is that a magic cane in your hand? And the shepherd said, no, it's not the cane that's magical. It's our wisdom. And the wolf said, wisdom? What's that? That's not an answer. Now I can take this buffalo home if I want. But I'm very curious about this thing called wisdom. 2. So the wolf is curious about wisdom. He wants to know, what is wisdom? But first, he wanted to take the buffalo. But when he heard about wisdom, he said, no. I want to know about wisdom. What is wisdom? So the wolf is curious. Now let's find out what is next in our story. So we are going to do our exercise. You listen, you do the imitation, and then I do the explanation, okay? And then you do interpretation, okay? So let's go for today's audio.
It's not with me, but if you want, I can show you wisdom on one condition.
Okay, so that's the first part.
It's not with me, but if you want, I can show you wisdom on one condition.
One more time.
It's not with me, but if you want, I can show you wisdom on one condition.
So, is it okay? Can you try to do the imitation? Let's go. It's not with me.
It's not with me.
Good. Now the next.
It's not with me.
Good. It's not with me.
But if you want, but if you want.
Now this part.
But if you want.
But if you want. But if you want. But if you want.
But if you what?
But if you want.
But if ça tâche à la bouche.
Yes. But if you want. But if you want.
But if you want.
But if you want. But if you want.
But if you what?
Good. Say it again.
But if you what?
Good.
But if you what? But if you
But if you want, when you say it fast, it's a bit complicated. But so slow down. But if you want.
But if you what?
But if you want.
But if you what?
Good. But if you want.
But if you what?
Good. So it's not with me. But if you want, anyway, don't worry. After many repetitions, you will get it. Okay. So let's move on.
Okay.
But if you want, I can show you wisdom on one condition. I can show you wisdom on one condition. I can show you wisdom on one condition.
Okay, try.
I can show you. I can show you wisdom and condition.
Good.
On one condition. On one condition.
Good. Okay, you are getting closer. So what does it mean? Let me explain this part. So this is the shepherd. The shepherd is speaking. Yes, the shepherd is talking to the wolf. He said, you want to know wisdom? Okay. I can show you, to show something. Okay, if I say, let me show you my phone. You see? So I'm showing you. I want you to see. So I show you. So he said,
I show you.
But if you want, I can show you. He said, wisdom. You want to see wisdom? It's not with me. It's not with me. Okay. This is my phone. Okay. My phone is not with me. I have no phone now. No phone. It's not with me. But if you want, I can show you. I can show you. I can let you see. So he said, you want to see wisdom? But wisdom is not with me. Right now, I don't have wisdom. He said, I don't have wisdom. It's not with me. But if you want, I can show you wisdom on one condition. You want to see wisdom? He said, yes, I want to see wisdom. Okay, I can show you wisdom on one condition. Okay. So tell me your interpretation in French. Try to give me an interpretation in French. What does it mean in French?
À une condition, je sais pas.
He said, wisdom is not with me. I don't have wisdom now.
Le fermier qui dit je vais te dire à une condition.
Good.
Il donne une condition pour que lui ne fait pas du mal au buffalo.
Yes. He said, wisdom is not with me, but if you want, I can show you wisdom on one condition. Okay, good. So next. Okay. Oh, by the way, welcome, Angels. Good afternoon.
Hi, Coach.
How are you doing?
I'm fine.
Okay, good to see you. Welcome. And also welcome, Uma. Hello, Uma.
Hello, madam. How are you?
I'm doing great. Welcome. Good to see you.
I'm fine too.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so we've already started. So we are listening and doing the imitation practice. Okay.
Okay.
So
I'm late because I'm not. I don't find here.
Okay, it's okay. Anyway, you are welcome. So, would you please close your microphone? And when you are ready to speak, you unmute yourself. Thank you. No, not your camera, but your microphone. But if you want also to...
Okay.
Just your microphone. Okay, thank you, Uma. So, let's move on. So, I was talking with Mama Anna, and we were listening to the first part. So, I will repeat for you.
It's not with me, but if you want, I can show you wisdom on one condition.
So this is the shepherd talking to the wolf. Because the wolf said, I'm very curious about this thing called wisdom. The wolf is curious. The wolf wants to know, what is wisdom? So this is the shepherd answering the wolf. The shepherd said, it's not with me. It's not with me. But if you want, I can show you wisdom on one condition. So the shepherd is saying to the wolf, you want to see wisdom? Okay, but I don't have wisdom with me right now. I don't have wisdom. It's not with me. But if you want to see wisdom, I can show you wisdom on one condition. One condition for you to see wisdom. Okay. Now, what's next? So, but before, tell me if you can do the imitation. I want you to do the imitation before we move on. Ange or Uma, are you ready to do the imitation of this part?
It's not with me, but if you want, I can show you wisdom on one condition.
Yes? I'm listening. Hello. Okay, so let's move on. You are not ready yet.
It's not with me, but if you want, I can show you wisdom on one condition.
It's not with me, but if you want, I can show you wisdom on one condition. This is the shepherd talking to the wolf. Now, next, the wolf will say something. Let's listen to the wolf.
What's that condition? What's that condition? What's that condition?
Okay. Who is ready to do the imitation of this part said by the wolf? Yes, Mama Anna.
What's that condition?
Okay. Say it again.
What's that condition?
Okay, good. Thank you. Jenebu, you want to try? Welcome, Jenebu. Go ahead. We are listening. You raise your hand.
It is not with me, but if you want, I can show you wisdom on one condition.
Mm-hmm.
What's that condition?
Good, Jenebu. Good try. It's not with me, but if you want, I can show you wisdom on one condition. And now the wolf said, what's that condition? What's that condition? What is this condition? What's that condition? So the wolf is asking a question to the shepherd. What's that condition? What is it? Tell me, what is that condition? Okay, your French interpretation. Jenebu, Ange, Maman Anna, yes. Give me your interpretation of this. Yes, Jenebu.
It's not with me. Ce n'est pas pour moi. Mais si tu veux, je peux te donner. Want, I can show you wisdom. Je peux te donner la sagesse. On dira.
I can show you.
Je peux te montrer. Je peux te montrer la sagesse ou bien l'intelligence de connaître.
Mm-hmm. On one condition.
À une condition.
Good. Next.
Maintenant, l'autre lui demande à quelle condition.
Good.
Quelle est cette condition?
Good. What's that condition? The wolf is asking.
Quelle est donc cette condition?
Yes. The wolf is curious. He is always curious. He's always asking questions. He said, what's that condition? Now let's find out. Let's move on. Thank you, Jenebu. Now let's find out the condition. Because the wolf wants to know the condition. So what is that condition? The shepherd is going to give the condition to the wolf. Let's listen.
Until I bring the wisdom, I will tie you to this tree so that the buffalo will be safe while I'm gone.
Okay, this is a very long sentence, so let's break it down.
Until I bring the wisdom, I will tie you to this tree.
Who is ready to do the imitation of this part? Only that one. Yes, Jenebu.
Until I bring wisdom, I will tie to the trees.
Okay, good. But listen again.
Listen. Follow?
No, just this part. But I want you to listen again and repeat. Listen carefully.
Okay.
Until I bring the wisdom, I will tie you to this tree.
Okay, try again.
Until I bring wisdom, I will tie to the trees.
Okay, you missed some sounds again. Listen again one more time.
Okay.
Until I bring the wisdom, I will tie you to this tree.
Okay, try again.
Until I bring wisdom, I will tie to the trees.
Okay, I will tie. After tie, there is something that you missed. Until I bring the wisdom, I will tie.
I will tie.
Tie what?
To these trees?
No, listen. After tie, there is one sound that you missed. Listen again.
Okay.
Until I bring the wisdom, I will tie you to this tree.
Okay, say it again.
I will. Until I bring wisdom, I will tie to the trees.
And there is no s at the end of tree. There is no s.
Okay.
But after tie, there is something that you miss. One sound.
I will tie.
I will tie who? I will tie what? Listen, one
trees.
more time. One last time. Listen again.
Until I bring the wisdom.
Until I bring the wisdom, I will tie you to this tree.
To this until I bring wisdom, I will tie to these trees.
Before two and after tie. Before you say two and
I
after
will
you
tie
tie.
two.
I will tie what?
Two.
No, there is two. Indeed, there is two. But before two, there is another sound. Who wants to help Jenebu? Who can help her? Nobody to help Jenebu find out the missing sound? Okay, let me play it again. Very last time.
Until I bring the wisdom, I will tie you to this tree.
Until I bring the wisdom, I will tie you. I will tie you to this tree. You got it now? Until I bring the wisdom, I will tie you.
Until I bring the wisdom, I will tie you to this tree.
Until I bring the wisdom, I will tie you to this tree. Because the shepherd is talking to the wolf. So he said to the wolf, until I will go and find wisdom. But until I do that, I will tie you. You wolf, I will tie you. So this is to tie. Okay? I will take, a rope. And I will tie you to this tree. Remember, the shepherd sat under an apple tree to get some rest in the beginning. So he said, until I bring the wisdom, I will tie you to this tree. Okay, so there is one tree. Reason why I say it is not trees, because it is one tree. One tree, so you don't put s at the end of tree. If you say trees, it means there are many trees.
Okay.
But it is only one tree, so you say tree.
Okay, it is a one tree.
Yes, good. So until I bring the wisdom, I will tie you to this tree. Okay? So next part before I explain.
Okay. Until I bring wisdom. Okay.
Okay.
Until I bring wisdom, I will tie you to these trees. To this tree.
Good, Jenebu. I will tie you to this tree. Good. Next, listen again.
So that the buffalo will be safe while I'm gone.
Who is ready to do the imitation?
So that the buffalo will be safe while I'm gone. So that the buffalo will be safe while I'm gone.
Who wants to try imitating?
So that the buffalo will be safe while I'm gone.
Or is it a bit complicated for you?
So that the buffalo will be safe while I'm gone.
Okay, let me help you. So that the buffalo would be safe while I'm gone. So that the buffalo would be safe while I'm gone. So that the buffalo would be safe while I'm gone. Okay, so what does it mean? He said, until I bring the wisdom, I will tie you to this tree so that the buffalo would be safe while I'm gone. I will go and find wisdom for you. You want to see wisdom? Okay, I will go and look for wisdom. I will bring wisdom to you. But the condition. So this is the shepherd talking to the wolf. He said, on one condition. If I go to bring you wisdom, I will tie you to this tree. Why? Why? Because I want the buffalo to be safe. I want the buffalo to be in security. I don't want you to kill the buffalo. So if you let me go and find wisdom, I have to tie you. Because you, wolf, your intention is to kill my buffalo. I know. So I won't let you with my buffalo. I will tie you and I will go and look for wisdom and bring it to you. So this is the condition. If you agree, that's what I can do for you. Okay? So, do you understand this part? If you understand, tell me in French. What does it mean? Until I bring the wisdom, I will tie you to this tree so that the buffalo will be safe while I'm gone. Yes, Uma, Ange, and Mama Anna, you have the floor. What does this mean in French? If you don't understand, you tell me you don't understand. Jenebu is back. Yes,
I don't understand.
You don't understand. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so let me explain again. In this story, remember, we have three characters. We have a buffalo, we have a shepherd, and we have a wolf. Okay? The wolf wants to eat the buffalo, but the shepherd is protecting the buffalo. The wolf came out and he appeared and he started asking questions. But the plan of the wolf is to eat the buffalo. He wants to eat the buffalo. He wants to get rid of the human, of the shepherd. So he is thinking, what can I do to get rid of the human? So he started asking questions to the shepherd and to the buffalo. And when he asked the question to the shepherd, he said, why? How do you make this buffalo serve you? Is it because you have a magic cane? And the shepherd said, no, no, no. It's not my cane that's magical. It's my wisdom. So now the shepherd, no, not the shepherd. Now the wolf is curious. Oh, so you can make the buffalo serve you because you have something called wisdom? Okay. So I want to have this wisdom too. I'm curious. Tell me how I can get wisdom. And the shepherd said, okay, you want to have wisdom? Okay. Wisdom is not with me right now. But if you want, I can show you wisdom. But one condition for me to show you wisdom. And the wolf said, okay, what's that condition? Then the shepherd said, I can show you wisdom, but I have to tie you to a tree. You, wolf. I will tie you to a tree. Okay? And I will go and bring wisdom. Because if I don't tie you, you can kill my buffalo. So if you agree on that, okay, I can go and bring wisdom to you. Okay? So, Ange, do you understand now or not yet again? Hello, Ange, Uma. Uma, you can participate. You can unmute if you want to say something. You just unmute yourself. You open your mic, okay, and you say something. So the goal is for you to understand. Yes, Uma.
Can you repeat again? Because I don't follow you.
All that I was explaining, you didn't.
I don't feel very well today. That's why I cannot follow correctly.
Oh, you don't feel very well. I'm so sorry.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. That's why I cannot participate. So I want to participate, but I have a problem of voice.
Ah, okay, I see. Okay. But at least you can hear me.
Yes, I hear you for.
Okay, good, good. Okay, so my question is, I want you to tell me in French what this means, what I just explained. What does it mean in French? Give a French interpretation of this. When I say, the buffalo said to the shepherd, no, the wolf said to the, sorry, the shepherd said to the wolf, until I bring wisdom, I will tie you to this tree so that the buffalo would be safe while I'm gone. What does it mean in French?
Le loup a dit au berger to tie. I don't understand the meaning of tie.
Look at me. This is to tie. Do you see my hands?
Yes, I see.
So he said, the wolf, the shepherd said to the wolf, I will tie you to this tree. There is a tree. So I will tie you to this tree so that the buffalo would be safe while I'm gone. So what does tie mean? To tie somebody or to tie something. What does it mean? To tie. When you see my...
Attaché.
Exactly.
Attaché.
Good. So when he said, until I bring the wisdom, I will tie you to this tree so that the buffalo would be safe while I'm gone. So tell me in French.
Can you repeat again? I don't understand well.
Until I bring wisdom, I will go and find wisdom for you. I will bring wisdom to you, wolf.
Can we interpret this sentence part by part? Because the sentence is too long.
Reason why you don't need word for word translation to understand.
Yes.
Okay. Let me say that in French because it's a bit complicated. En fait, quand vous comprenez ce que j'explique par le tunnel de production de la parole, pour pouvoir interpréter quelque chose de l'anglais en français, vous n'avez pas besoin de connaître tous les moindres petits mots de ce qui est dit. Vous avez juste besoin de comprendre le contexte et le message. Et l'interprétation, c'est d'interpréter un message. C'est de donner le sens en français. Donc, même si vous n'avez pas la définition de tous les moindres petits mots, une fois que vous avez compris le message, votre rôle, c'est de rendre le message dans votre langue à vous.
C'est ça.
Parce que si vous voulez comprendre les moindres petits mots, vous allez vouloir forcément faire une traduction mot pour mot et vous allez passer à côté. Vous allez peut-être même être hors sujet. Parce que quand il y a deux langues, il faut comprendre le contexte. Il faut comprendre le message. C'est ce qui vous est demandé ici. OK? Donc, faites une traduction, je vais pas dire globale, mais faites une traduction. Ça peut être à peu près, mais donnez à peu près ce que ça veut dire en français. Ce que je viens de dire. OK? So, okay, go ahead, try.
Okay. Repeat the sentence again. I want to try.
Okay. So, he said, I will go and find wisdom. Until I bring the wisdom, I will tie you to this tree so that the buffalo will be safe. Because I want my buffalo to be safe. So, you wolf, I will tie you to a tree. I will tie you to a tree.
The shepherd needs his buffalo to be safe.
Yes, the shepherd wants his buffalo to be safe. So he said to the wolf, you wolf, I will tie you to this tree because I want my buffalo to be safe when I'm not here. Because I will move to find wisdom. And when I move, I want my buffalo to be safe. And for my buffalo to be safe, I need to tie you. This is a condition.
Yeah.
So, okay, so try now to say it in French. Yes. Try something. Don't try to be perfect. Try something. Say what you can.
Yes, I'm coming. The sentence is too long.
No, it's not about the sentence being long. It's because you want to do a word-for-word translation, which you don't need. Okay? So, let me okay, anyway, if you don't understand now, and the goal is for you to understand and not me telling you in French, so let's move on. As we move on, you will understand over time. Okay?
Okay.
You will take your time. You will watch the video of this session over and over again, and you will get the message. So,
okay,
let's move on then. So the buffalo said, the wolf soon. No, why am I mixing? The shepherd said, until I bring the wisdom, I will tie you to this tree so that the buffalo would be safe while I'm gone. So the buffalo, yes?
I want to try again.
Okay, go ahead.
Le berger a dit, jusqu'à ce que je t'apporte la sagesse,
okay,
je vais t'attacher sur ce bois.
Okay.
Jusqu'à ce que tu t'apportes la sagesse.
Good, you see? You got it. But when he said, so that the buffalo would be safe while I'm gone, what does it mean here?
What?
I will tie you to this tree so that the buffalo would be safe while I'm gone. Because the shepherd said, I want the buffalo to be safe. What does it mean in French?
Je vais t'attacher sur ce bois jusqu'à ce que le buffle soit sauvé.
Good. Something like that. Good. You see?
Okay.
You got it. So the concern of the shepherd is that he wants his buffalo to be safe. He doesn't want the wolf to kill his buffalo.
Yes.
So he said to the buffalo, no, he said to the wolf, okay, you want to see wisdom? Okay. But I have to,
there is a condition to see this wisdom.
Exactly.
Okay.
And this condition is for me to tie you.
Yeah. I see now.
Yeah, good. Why do I need to tie you? Because you can kill my buffalo. This is your intention. I know you, wolf. You wolf.
It means that the shepherd is very intelligent.
Exactly.
Because he needs his buffalo safe.
Yes.
But how to do to save his buffalo is to tie the wolf.
Exactly.
In order the buffalo can kill his the wolf can kill his buffalo.
Exactly.
That's why he needs the buffalo tied before bringing wisdom for him.
He needs the wolf tied to a tree, not the buffalo.
Yes. Okay.
The wolf. Okay, good. Good try, Uma. Thank you. Now,
you are welcome.
Now let's move on. Okay, so I hope you understand now. So the wolf agreed to this condition. Did the wolf agree? Yes or no? Let's find out. Let's listen.
So that the buffalo will be safe while I'm gone.
The wolf was so curious about the thing called wisdom. The wolf was so curious about the thing called wisdom.
But now, first, let's do some imitation.
The wolf was so curious about the thing called wisdom.
Who is ready to imitate?
The wolf was so curious about the thing called wisdom.
Okay, who wants to try?
The wolf was so curious about the thing called wisdom.
Yes? Nobody? Jenebu, welcome back. Oh, Uma, you want to try? Go ahead.
Yes.
Imitation first.
Okay.
The wolf was so curious about the thing called wisdom.
The wolf was so curious about this wisdom.
Good, but one word is missing. Listen carefully. You missed one word, one sound. Listen again.
The wolf was so curious about the thing called wisdom.
The wolf was so curious about this wisdom.
About before. About what?
This wisdom.
Before wisdom, there is something.
The wolf was curious about the thing called wisdom.
About what? Can you repeat again?
The wolf was so curious about the thing called wisdom.
The wolf was so curious about the code of this wisdom.
No. Maybe Jenebu wants to help you. Yes, Jenebu, go ahead. You want to say something?
Yes.
Yes,
to
go
repeat
ahead.
this part.
Yes.
The buffalo was very curious about thing called wisdom.
No. This part. Listen, Jenebu. Listen carefully.
Okay.
The wolf was so curious about the thing called wisdom.
Jenebu.
The wolf was very curious about thing called wisdom.
There is no very in this spot, in this sentence. There is no sound like very. There is something else. Listen carefully.
The wolf was so curious about the thing called wisdom.
Okay.
I want to try again.
Okay, Uma, unmute yourself if you want to try.
Okay, I want to try.
Okay, let's go. Go ahead.
The wolf was so curious about this thing called wisdom.
Good. What you missed last time was thing. The word thing. Okay, but it is not this. Listen again. It is not this thing, but it is something else. Listen again.
The wolf was so curious about the thing called wisdom.
The wolf was so curious about this thing called wisdom.
Okay, you tried. Thank you. So it is the wolf was so curious about the thing called wisdom and not this. The thing. Okay, listen one last time for everyone.
Okay.
The wolf was so curious about the thing called wisdom.
The wolf was so curious about the thing called wisdom. Okay? Okay, now let's move on. The next part. So, now I want you all to do the imitation of this part.
That he even agreed to be tied to a tree.
Are you ready?
That he even agreed to be tied to a tree.
Who wants to try imitating? Nobody? Yes, Uma. Uma is on fire today. Yes.
Can you repeat the sentence again?
That he even agreed to be tied to a tree.
I didn't understand nothing. It was too fast.
Too fast for you, okay?
Too fast.
Jenebu, you want to try? Go ahead, Jenebu.
But even agree to be tied to be tree.
Okay, good, Genevieve. Only one sound missing. Listen carefully. Listen again, Genevieve.
That he even agreed to be tied to a tree.
Okay, go ahead, Genevieve.
Even but even agree to be tied to be tree.
Before even, there is one sound. Before even.
That he
Yes, even.
Yes?
But even agree.
There is one sound missing. You missed something. Before even. That, even, there is something between. That, even agreed. Listen again.
That he even agreed to be tied to a tree.
Okay. Even agreed.
Say it again.
Even agreed to be tied to be tree.
So say it all together. That. Say it all together.
Even agreed to be tied to be tree.
But start by saying that. Say it, repeat. That and continue. That.
But even agreed to be tied to be tree.
After that, there is one sound. You said it. That even agreed to be tied to a tree. What is that sound?
That he even agreed to be tied to a tree.
But even agreed to be tied to be tree.
You are close. Yes, Uma. You want to help Genebu? Yes, we are listening.
The missing sound here is there is.
No, it's not there is. It is that. She said it. That. Ta. Even agreed. What is in between? That. Even agreed. Listen again.
That he even.
Okay. Uma, you see now?
Can you repeat again?
That he even agreed.
Yes, Uma.
I will think again.
He said, I will think again. Okay, so let me help you. That he even agreed. This was the sound, the missing sound. He.
But he even agreed to be tied to be tree.
Exactly. That he even agreed to be tied to a tree. To a tree, not to the tree, to a tree.
A tree.
Okay. So, Uma, try to say it again, all together. That he even agreed to be tied to a tree. So, Uma, you try it, and Genebu, you try again. So, first, Uma, let's go.
Please, Genebu first.
Okay, Genebu, are you ready to say it? Uma,
yes, I'm ready.
Okay, so listen and repeat.
That he even agreed to be tied to a tree.
Okay.
But he even agreed to be tied to be tree.
Good. To a tree. To a tree at the end. That he even agreed to be tied to a tree.
To a tree.
Okay, say it again.
But he even agreed to be tied into a tree.
No. That he that he even agreed to be tied to a tree.
Be tied
to a tree.
To a tree, okay. Yeah. But he even agreed to be tied to a tree.
To a tree. Okay. So, okay, Mama Anna, you want to try something? Let's go, Mama Anna. Unmute yourself, please.
To be tried, to be tree.
Okay, almost there. To be tied to a tree.
To be tied, to be tree.
To a tree.
To the tree.
Yes.
To the tree.
To
be tied.
To be tied to a tree. To be tied
To be
a
tied.
tree.
A tree.
To be tied to a
To
tree.
be tied. A tree. To be tied.
To
To be tied.
to a tree.
A tree.
Good.
To be
Tied
tied
to a tree. To be tied to a tree. Okay.
C'est un peu compliqué.
Yes.
To be tied to a tree.
All those are English sounds you need to get used to. To be tied to a tree. 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 Okay? Over time, you get it. So what does it mean? Listen and let me explain. So,
the wolf was so curious about the thing called wisdom that he even agreed to be tied to a tree.
The wolf was so curious about the thing called wisdom that he even agreed to be tied to a tree. So what does it mean? So remember, the wolf was very curious about wisdom. He wanted to know. So the shepherd asked him, he said, I can show you wisdom on one condition. And he said, what's that condition? He said, until I bring you wisdom, I will tie you to this tree so that the buffalo will be safe while I've gone. Okay. But the wolf was so curious about the thing called wisdom that he said, okay, I want to know wisdom anyway. So I agree. Tie me. I agree to your condition. I accept. You want to tie me to the tree? That is it the condition to bring wisdom? Okay, shepherd, I agree. Tie me and bring me wisdom. Because he was so curious. He wanted to know about wisdom at all cost, at all condition. So when he heard the condition from the shepherd, he said, is this the condition? Okay, no problem. I agree. Tie me and bring me wisdom. So, what's your French interpretation? What does it mean in French? Yes, Uma. Unmute yourself, please. Yes?
Can you repeat your sentence?
Okay, I said I am explaining now. Because after imitation, I explain. I give you more comprehensible input. And now I want you to say it in French. So I was explaining. Okay. So listen to my explanation carefully, please. But when I'm explaining, please, you need to mute yourself because there is a background noise. Okay, thank you, Uma. So, the wolf. Okay, I am the wolf. Okay, I am the wolf. What's that condition? And the shepherd explained the condition. Okay, I will tie to this tree. I will tie you so that the buffalo will be safe. And the wolf, I am the wolf. I'm saying something. Huh? Is this the condition? Okay. I agree. I accept. Tie me to this tree. Because I want to have my wisdom. If the condition for you to bring wisdom is to tie me to a tree, I agree. Shepherd, I agree with your condition. So tie me to this tree and bring me wisdom. The wolf was so curious. He was very curious about the thing called wisdom. He wanted to know about wisdom. So he agreed to be tied to a tree. You see, actually, this part is very funny.
The buffalo was grinning at what would happen to the wolf.
The buffalo was grinning
while the shepherd was leaving to bring back wisdom.
While the shepherd was leaving to bring back wisdom,
the buffalo was grinning at what would happen to the wolf.
The buffalo was grinning at what would happen to the wolf. Okay, let me explain you now. Okay, the shepherd said, I will tie you to this tree. Do you agree? The wolf said, okay, I agree. So, the shepherd left. He was leaving to bring back wisdom. The shepherd was here. This is the shepherd. Where's my shepherd? My fake shepherd. I have a blue scissor that I use for my shepherd. My children took my blue scissor. I have another one. Okay. So my shepherd, okay? This is not a scissor. This is the shepherd. And this is the wolf. This is not a turtle. This is a wolf. And this is a buffalo. This is not a duck. This is a buffalo, okay? So the shepherd said, okay, I will bring wisdom. I will go and bring wisdom. Okay, so he was talking to the wolf. He said, okay, you want to see wisdom? Let me tie you to this tree. So this is a tree. This is not a bottle. This is a tree. So he tied the wolf to the tree. Okay. So the shepherd tied the wolf to the tree. So while the shepherd was leaving to bring back wisdom, so the shepherd, he tied the wolf and he left. He went and bring wisdom. Okay. So in the meantime, the buffalo was grinning at what would happen to the wolf. What is it? What does it mean to grin? He was making fun of the wolf. So the buffalo saw the wolf and he was grinning at what would happen to him. So this is I am the buffalo and I'm grinning. You want to see wisdom? You will see wisdom. So this is the buffalo grinning. You say you are curious. You will see wisdom. So the buffalo is making fun of the wolf. He's laughing at the wolf. So to grin is to laugh like this. Good for you. You see? So tell me if you understand that in French. Give me your French interpretation. So let me repeat again. So the shepherd, the wolf agreed to be tied to the tree. So the shepherd tied the wolf to the tree. Okay? He tied the wolf. This is a tree. This is a wolf. This is not a bottle. This is not a turtle. This is a tree, and this is a wolf. The wolf. Okay? And this is the shepherd. So the shepherd tied the wolf to the tree. because the wolf accepted the condition to be tied to a tree. So he tied the wolf to a tree. And he left to bring back wisdom. He went and find wisdom for the wolf because the wolf said he wanted to see wisdom. So he tied him. So while the shepherd was leaving to bring back wisdom, the buffalo was grinning at what would happen to the wolf. So this is the buffalo now. The buffalo is laughing at the wolf. So now tell me, what does it mean? Yes, Mama Anna, in French.
Le loup, il accepte d'être attaché parce qu'il est tellement curieux qu'il veut voir ce qui se passe. Et le buffalo, il rigole parce qu'il sait qu'est-ce que ça va se passer.
Good, Mama Anna, exactly. So the buffalo is grinning. He said, so the wolf is tied to the tree, and the buffalo is grinning at what would happen to the wolf. You wolf, you will see. So thank you, Mama Anna. So the buffalo is laughing. The wolf wants to see wisdom. So he's grinning. So the buffalo knows the plan. The buffalo knows what will happen to the wolf. So he's grinning. You say you want to see wisdom? Really? Oh, so you will see wisdom. So what is next? Let's find out.
The buffalo was grinning at what would happen to the wolf.
So do you hear that? This is the sound of the buffalo grinning. Because when you grin, you don't laugh out loud. You don't do like ha 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 ha. No, this is to laugh out loud. But to grin, you do like this. So the buffalo was grinning. Now, what's next?
Although the wolf could not understand why the buffalo was laughing.
Okay, now I want your imitation on this part.
Although the wolf could not understand why the buffalo was laughing.
One more time.
Although the wolf could not understand why the buffalo was laughing.
It's a bit long, but try. Yes, Uma, let's go. Listen again.
Although the wolf could not understand why the buffalo was laughing.
And the wolf cannot understand why the buffalo was laughing.
Okay, good. You are almost there. Just one or two words are incorrect. Listen again. Pay close attention.
Although the wolf could not understand why the buffalo was laughing.
And the wolf cannot understand why the buffalo was laughing.
Okay. You are almost there. But it's good. Generally, it's good. Okay, let me help you.
Yes.
Although the wolf could not understand why the buffalo was laughing.
Although the wolf could not understand why the buffalo was laughing.
Yes.
Although the wolf could not understand why the buffalo was laughing.
Although. Okay.
Like
although.
Like the, that, this. Although.
Yeah. Although,
not those. Although.
What does mean although? This is a new word for me.
Yes, but you can't understand the new word if you don't understand the context.
Yes.
I don't want you to look up in a dictionary. I want you to understand directly in English.
Yes.
Reason why I explain in English for you to understand the context. So don't worry about what is although. Your concern should be to understand the context and the message. And
Exactly.
over time, you will understand what although means.
Yes.
Okay? So, thank you for your imitation. Now I will explain and you will understand what although means. Okay?
Okay. Okay. No problem.
Thank you. So, now let me explain. But this is a long sentence. This is the first part of the sentence. What is the second part?
Although the wolf could not understand why the buffalo was laughing, he continued to wait for the shepherd for hours. He continued to wait for the shepherd for hours.
Okay, this is the second part.
He continued to wait for the shepherd for hours.
Imitation. Who is ready?
He continued to wait for the shepherd for hours. He continued to wait for the shepherd for hours.
Yes, who is ready? Uma, Ange, Mama Anna, who is ready to do the imitation? Yes, Ange, try something.
He continued to wait. Oh.
Okay,
Let me
play it again. Listen carefully.
He continued to wait for the shepherd for hours.
Okay?
He continued to wait with the shepherd for hours.
Good. You're almost there. Good. One last time. Listen to me and try again. He continued to wait for the shepherd for hours.
He continued to wait for the shepherd for hours.
Good.
He continued to wait for the shepherd for hours.
He continued to wait for the shepherd for hours. Okay. So what does it mean? So this sentence, this two-part sentence, it's a two-part sentence. What does it mean? Let's find out. Let's listen all together.
Although the wolf could not understand why the buffalo was laughing, he continued to wait for the shepherd for hours.
Although the wolf could not understand why the buffalo was laughing, he continued to wait for the shepherd for hours. So remember, our wolf is tied to a tree. Okay? Let me tie him. So the shepherd tied the wolf to the tree. Okay? And the buffalo was grinning. So what is the reaction of the wolf? The wolf is tied to a tree. So, although the wolf did not understand why the buffalo was laughing, the buffalo was laughing. But the wolf did not understand why the buffalo was laughing. So he said, you are laughing? Anyway. And he continued to wait. He continued to wait. Anyway, he was tired, so he continued to wait for the shepherd. He is waiting for the shepherd to come back with wisdom. So, although means also even though. So even though the buffalo was laughing, even though he was laughing, the wolf was waiting for the shepherd. How long did he wait for? 1 minute, 10 minutes, or 30 minutes? He waited for hours, maybe 2 hours or 3 hours. So he waited for a long time because he wanted to have his wisdom. So let me recap. So although the wolf did not understand why the buffalo was laughing, it means the buffalo was laughing. And the wolf was hearing the buffalo laughing, but he didn't understand why the buffalo was laughing. So although he did not understand, okay, the buffalo is laughing. Okay. Me, I am waiting for the shepherd. He continued to wait for the shepherd. He didn't care about the buffalo laughing. Okay, you can laugh, no problem. But I am waiting for the shepherd. So although the buffalo was laughing, the shepherd, the wolf continued to wait for the shepherd for hours. Okay, so tell me what you understand in French. Let's go. I'm listening. Even though, okay, you will understand although again. Although your explanation is not perfect, just say something. Although although your English is not perfect, just open your mouth and say something. Okay? Although you are going to make mistakes, don't worry. Say something. Your efforts are the most important. Okay? So, I'm listening to you. Yes, Omar.
C'est une interprétation.
Yes.
Même si le bœuf continuait, le bœuf riait, le loup attendait toujours le berger pendant des heures.
Good. Great job. That's it. You see? So you don't need to understand. You don't need a dictionary.
Yes.
To understand the real life English, you don't need a dictionary at all. No. You need to understand the context, like we say in French. Les mots n'ont de sens que dans leur contexte. C'est pareil pour l'anglais. Les mots n'ont de sens que dans leur contexte. You understand? Okay, good.
Yes.
So that's it. So although the buffalo did not understand why although the wolf did not understand why the buffalo was laughing, he continued to wait for the shepherd for hours. Okay, good. Next part.
Although the wolf could not understand why the buffalo was laughing, he continued to wait for the shepherd for hours. After a while.
Okay. Listen.
After a while.
Now I want you to do the imitation of this part.
After a while.
Okay, Uma, are you ready?
After a while.
After a while.
Okay, say it again.
After a while.
Good. After a while. Yes, Jean-Marc.
After a while.
Again.
After a while.
Good.
After a while.
After a while. What does it mean? Yes, Mama Anna.
After a while.
Again.
After a while.
Good. After a while.
After a while.
Again.
After a while.
Good.
After a while.
Okay, good. Thank you. So what does it mean? after a while. It means after a long time. After a long time. After a while. Because the wolf continues to wait for the shepherd for hours. We can also say the wolf continued to wait for the shepherd for a while. So in this context, a while means a long time, a very long time, maybe 2 hours, 3 hours, even 4 hours, who knows? A long time. So after a while, okay? So after a while, next.
After a while, the shepherd came out with a big box in his hand.
Okay, I think that's the end of today's, if I'm not mistaken. Okay? Or am I mistaken? Let's recap what you are supposed to listen today. Let me go to the WhatsApp group. It seems like I'm going too far with what you're supposed to listen. Let's listen together.
It's not with me, but if you want, I can show you wisdom on one condition. What's that condition? Until I bring the wisdom, I will tie you to this tree so that the buffalo will be safe while I'm gone.
The wolf was so curious about the thing called wisdom that he even agreed to be tied to a tree. While the shepherd was leaving to bring back wisdom, the buffalo was grinning at what would happen to the wolf. Although the wolf could not understand why the buffalo was laughing, he continued to wait for the shepherd for hours.
Yes, so that's the end. Today we are supposed to stop here. Although the wolf did not understand why the buffalo was laughing, he continued to wait for the shepherd for hours. So after a while is for next week. So let's go back from the beginning. Let's listen to the story from the beginning until where we stopped last time. Okay, so pay attention. It's a little review. Okay, and then we will move forward. Let's go.
Once upon a time, when animals still had the ability to speak, a huge buffalo was living on the shepherd's farm. The buffalo was helping the shepherd in the field work, and the shepherd was doing his best to make him happy. One day, the shepherd, who was taking the buffalo to graze, sat under an apple tree to get some rest. At that moment, a hungry, cunning wolf sneaked up and followed them.
That buffalo would be a great lunch for me. But I need to get rid of that human.
The wolf suddenly appeared before the buffalo and the shepherd.
I have a few questions for you. If you can't answer, the buffalo is mine.
The shepherd and the buffalo were very curious about what the cunning wolf would ask.
Why does a buffalo serve a human when he has such powerful horns, huh?
Well, because I plow the shepherd's field, and he feeds me the best food.
Well, how can a shepherd make this huge buffalo serve him? Is that a magic cane in your hand?
No, it's not the cane that's magical, it's our wisdom.
The wolf did not understand what the shepherd meant.
Your wisdom? What's that? That's not an answer. Now I can take this buffalo home if I want. But I'm very curious about this thing called wisdom, too.
It's not with me, but if you want, I can show you wisdom on one condition.
What's that condition?
Until I bring the wisdom, I will tie you to this tree so that the buffalo will be safe while I'm gone.
The wolf was so curious about the thing called wisdom that he even agreed to be tied to a tree. While the shepherd was leaving to bring back wisdom, the buffalo was grinning at what would happen to the wolf. Although the wolf could not understand why the buffalo was laughing, he continued to wait for the shepherd for hours. After a while, the shepherd came out with a big box in his hand. He opened the lid of the box, but the wolf saw that the box was empty.
Well, wisdom? Where is it? Did you bring it?
It's inside, right there in the corner. If you don't see it, let me untie you so you can take a closer look.
As soon as the wolf got into the box to see the wisdom, the shepherd closed the lid on him.
Help! Help!
Wisdom is too precious to fit in a box, dear wolf.
Wisdom is in the mind, and you can only find it by searching for it like hidden treasure.
Okay, so that's where we stopped. So let's recap. So the wolf, okay? Remember, where is my big box? Yes, this is my big box. Oh, my my wolf is still inside. My fake wolf is still in my box. He's still crying. Help, help. So last time we talked about the box. The shepherd came out with a big box in his hand. Okay. But the wolf the shepherd opened the lid of the box. But the wolf saw that the box was empty. Okay, nothing inside. So he asked, Wisdom, where is it? Did you bring it? And the shepherd said, oh, it's inside. Right there in the corner. If you don't see it, let me untie you so you can take a closer look. Okay. So the wolf wanted to take a closer look to look at the wisdom. So he approached the box, and as soon as he got into the box to see the wisdom, the shepherd closed the lid on him, and he started shouting, help, help. Okay. And the shepherd said, oh, wisdom is too precious to fit in a box, dear wolf. And the buffalo said, wisdom is in the mind, and you can only find it by searching for it like hidden treasure. So they said that to the wolf. They said, oh, you wanted to see wisdom? Now, gotcha! You fell into the trap, dear wolf. So now our dear wolf is in the box. He's whining. Please help me. He's crying, whining. But now he is trapped in the box. So we let him, since last Sunday, our wolf was in the box. In the box. A long time. So after a while, remember, after a while, we see the wolf. He's still inside. So the box is not empty. Why? Because there is a wolf inside. Now, let's move on. Today's audio, okay? Your weekly homework. You were supposed to imitate the new and final part of this story. So let's listen together. Let's go.
I promise I will never underestimate the minds of others again. Now I will be more generous and smarter. Please, get me out of here.
The wolf remained in the box for a whole day. The next morning, the shepherd and buffalo saw the wolf learned a good lesson and took him out of the box.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
From that day on, the wolf got along better with other animals in the forest and respected everyone's mind, from flying birds to tiny insects.
I promise. I promise. I promise.
Okay, who's ready to imitate this? Yes, unmute yourself and say it. What you just heard.
I promise.
Mm-hmm. Nobody? No, that's too easy. I won't say that for you. Yes, Ange.
I promise.
Good. Say it again.
I promised.
I promise. I promise.
I promise.
Okay.
I promise.
Okay. I promise. I promise. Okay. Okay. So it looks like the French word. So this I promise and the French version of it, they are the same. So what is the wolf? What is the wolf talking about? I promise. I promise. You understand? So tell me, what does it mean in French? That's quite easy. So tell me, interpretation in French. I promise. Yes, Ange.
Je promets.
Good. Yes, that's very simple. Thank you. I promise. Because I promise. Okay, so you have those words in English. They look like words in French. And they have the same meaning, like promise, okay? And many other words. But there's what we call fake friends or false friends or whatever, or faux amis. The word is in English. The word looks like another word in French, but they don't mean the same thing at all. They don't mean the same thing. They mean, the meaning is totally different. And you need to be aware of that. Okay? But as you listen a lot, you will understand the meaning of those words. Okay? So, but here this word, I promise, is the same, like what Ange said. Je promets. Je promets. So the word is, the wolf is begging, is apologizing, and he is trying to redeem himself. So he is very sorry. So he's pleading his case. Oh, I promise. So what is it that he is promising? He is promising what? He's promising to do what? Because when you say I promise, you promise to do something. I promise I will give you some money. And you are happy because I will give you some money. I promise I will buy you a new phone. Yay! So during Christmas or during Easter or what else? Or during your birthday, okay, your birthday, your parents or your friends or your husband or your wife promises something to you. Oh, honey, I promise I will give you a gift for your birthday, and you're happy. Yes. So a promise is what you want to give to somebody. You promise to do something. You promise to give a gift, or you promise to respect your words. You promise to respect something in the contract. Okay, so I promise. So the wolf is promising something. What? Let's find out.
I promise I will never underestimate the minds of others again. I promise I will never underestimate the minds of others again. I promise I will never underestimate the minds of others again.
Well, I know this part was a bit difficult for most of you. Very difficult to understand. But try your best. Try to do the imitation.
I promise I will never underestimate the minds of others again.
Okay, who wants to try something? Okay, so let me help you. Oh, Francesca? Yes, go ahead.
I promise I will never underestimate the minds of others again.
Yes, Francesca.
I promise I will never underestimate the minds of others again.
Good. Wow. Pretty good. Thank you, Francesca. I promise I will never underestimate the minds of others again. So this is what the wolf is promising. I promise I will never underestimate the minds of others again. So what does it mean? So the wolf, remember, the wolf is trapped into the box. He is trapped. He is caught in the box. He's like in a prison. So he's shouting, he's crying, help me, help me. I promise I will never underestimate the minds of others again. He said, I promise I will never underestimate. What does it mean? I promise. Now, I will never underestimate. What does it mean to underestimate someone or something? It means to not consider the thing, to not pay attention, to not see it as something important. So I will never underestimate, because the wolf underestimated the minds of the buffalo and the shepherd. He did not consider what they were talking about. He did not understand what they were talking or doing as something important. So he underestimated them. No, the buffalo and the shepherd. No, I am the wolf. What I do, what I say is the most important. What you do, you shepherd and you buffalo, I don't care. Now that he is in the trap, he has no choice but to apologize and to promise that he will never do that again. So he said, I promise I will never underestimate you. I will never underestimate the minds of others again, because I underestimated your mind, you shepherd, and you buffalo, and other animals. Now, I promise I will never do that again. Never, ever. I will never underestimate you. So this is to estimate someone. You consider that person as the same level as yours, okay? You give that person importance. But when you underestimate, it means you don't respect that person that much. So you underestimate. Okay? There is another word. Overestimate. So you consider too much. Okay? So you overestimate. Okay? So estimate, underestimate, overestimate. So what did the wolf promise? I'm asking you, tell me. Did he promise to estimate, to overestimate, or to underestimate? Pay attention to my question. I say, what did the wolf promise? Did he promise to overestimate, estimate, or underestimate? Yes, Ange. What did the wolf promise?
He promised to estimate.
Good! Thank you. You didn't fall into the trap, because that question was a trick, okay? So the wolf, thank you, Ange. The wolf promised to what? To estimate. Okay, because before the wolf was underestimating. So he said he will never do that again. He will change his way of doing stuff, of considering others. Now he will change. So he will no longer underestimate. I promise I will never underestimate the minds of others again. No, I will never do that again. Which means I will estimate the minds of others. I will consider people's mind, people's opinion. I will give consideration to others. You understand? So, now what does it mean in French? Your French interpretation. I promise I will never underestimate the minds of others again. I will never do that again. Please. Yes, Francesca.
Je promets, je ne sous-estimerai plus, mais je ne sous-estimerai jamais, ou bien plus jamais, l'intelligence des autres encore.
Thank you, Francesca. Wow, very well said. Yes, that's it. Because he realized that he was wrong. Because he is the one being trapped in a box. So he's regretting. Oh, I promise I will never underestimate the minds of others again. So he promised two things. Number one, I will never underestimate the minds of others. Now, what is his second promise? He promised something again. Let's find out.
Now I will be more generous and smarter. Now I will be more generous and smarter. Now I will be more generous and smarter.
Okay, but first, imitation.
Now I will be more generous and smarter.
Yes, Francesca.
Now I will be more generous as much as, no, and smarter.
Ah, good. You corrected yourself. Good. So say it again.
Now I will be more generous and smarter.
Good, good. Now I will be more generous and smarter.
Now I will be more generous and smarter.
Now I will be more generous and smarter. So what does it mean? What does the wolf mean by that? Now, okay, I promise I will never underestimate the minds of others again. I promise this. This is number one. Number two, second promise. Now, okay, now that I will never underestimate the minds of others again, I will no longer do that. Finish. I promise, finish. It's over. Now, this is what I will do. I will be more generous. More generous and smarter. Smarter is like intelligent, okay? Smarter. No, you are a smart person. Now I will be more generous. Generous, what does it mean? When you are a generous person, you are a very nice person. When somebody is in need, when somebody needs help, you can help that person. When somebody needs money, you can give away money. Okay, you are like a Duke Saga. You give money away. Oh, so you're a generous person. Or you help people like in many other ways. But one way people like the most is when you give them money. So they say, oh, this guy is a very generous guy. When you go to him, he will give you money. So the wolf said, I will be more generous. He didn't say just, I will be generous. He said more generous and smarter. Yes. What does it mean in French? Jean-Marc.
Bon, il dit que désormais, il sera plus généreux et plus intelligent.
Good. Thank you very much, Jean-Marc. Thank you. That's it. Yes, Francesca, you wanted to add something different or is it the same?
It's the same.
Okay.
Je serai plus généreux et intelligent.
Good. I will be more generous and smarter. Say, oh no, I will be more generous and smarter. Which means that before the wolf was not generous. Why? Why was he not generous? Because he wanted to kill the buffalo. This was his plan. He was planning to kill the buffalo. Yes. Yes, so planning to kill the buffalo and knowing that the buffalo belonged to the shepherd, that was not being kind. That was not being generous. So he said, now I will be more generous. So now, buffalo, I will not kill you. And I will be smarter. When you are smart, okay, you are intelligent, you pay attention. You do what you are supposed to do, and you don't do what you are not supposed to do. And actually, when you are smarter, you have wisdom. So, a wise person is a smart person. It is a person with wisdom. Wisdom makes you smarter. Wisdom makes you intelligent. Okay. So he said, I will be more generous and smarter. And now next.
Please, get me out of here. Please, get me out of here. Please, get me out of here. Please, get me out of here.
Yes, imitation. Yes? Yes, Jean-Marc.
Get me out of here.
Okay, but
Get me out of here.
in the beginning.
Please, get me out of here.
Oh, I don't understand really the beginning.
The beginning. Who wants to help Jean-Marc? The rest is okay. At the beginning, you did not understand. You couldn't hear it, okay? Who wants to help Jean-Marc?
Please, you can repeat.
Please, get me out of here. Please, 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 get me out of here.
Yes? Yes, Jean-Marc.
Tell his.
What?
Tell his.
No, listen again.
Please. Please.
Yeah, Giselle, you want to help? You want to help?
I don't know.
Okay, Giselle can help you. Giselle, go ahead.
Please,
Good.
get me out of here.
Say it again.
Please, get me out of here.
Good. Thank you, Giselle. That's it. Please, get me out of here. That's what the wolf said. Please, get me out of here. Yes, you have, Giselle, you have a big bravo from Francesca. Thank you, Francesca. So, please, get me out of here. So, this is what the wolf said. I promise I will never underestimate the minds of others again. So, remember, the wolf is inside, okay? So, I promise I will never underestimate the minds of others again. Oh, no. The lid is on the box. So, otherwise, the wolf can escape. I promise I will never underestimate the minds of others again. Now I will be more generous and smarter. Please get me out of here. So what does it mean? Please get me out of here. Please. Please. You know what please means. Please get me out of here. Please. Get me out of here. Get out. Get out. Get me out. Get me out of here. Of here. Here, what? The box. Please. Get me out of here. Yes, interpretation. Jean-Marc.
Ok, s'il te plaît, fais-moi sortir d'ici.
Good, great job. But he's addressing two people. He's addressing the shepherd and the buffalo.
Ok, s'il vous plaît, faites-moi sortir d'ici.
Good, thank you. That's great. Please, get me out of here. So, get something out or get somebody out, it means, okay, you see, the action, the movement, get out. Get me out of here. So the wolf is locked up. He is trapped. And he wants to go out. He wants to go out. He wants to get out of here. but he cannot. Okay? So, okay, if you remember last time, I think last Sunday, can the wolf, last Sunday or the Sunday before? Anyway, what can we say? Can the wolf say, please come me out of here? Because remember, the wolf came out with a big box in his hand. Okay? Why the wolf didn't say, please come me out of here? Because come out, get out, and go out, they basically mean the same thing, but it depends on who is speaking and where the person speaking is standing. So the wolf cannot say come out because the wolf is inside something. So what he can say, he can not say go out. No, what he can say is get me out of here. That's how you can use get out, get me out, or get out of here. So you can use get out when you are inside or when you are outside. Get out of here, get out of here. But you cannot use come out. Okay? Or you cannot use go, or can you use go out? The wolf wanted to go out. The wolf wanted to get out. Can we say the wolf wanted to come out? I want to see if you understand. Can we say that? The wolf. So what is correct? Number 1, number 2, number 3, or everything is correct? So number 1, the wolf wanted to go out. Number 2, the wolf wanted to get out. Or number 3, the wolf wanted to come out. Which one is correct? All 3 of them or only 1 or 2? Tell me. Yes. Or you don't understand?
Please, what was the question?
The question is, I'm going to say something. I'm going to put three phrases. Sorry. I'm going to put 3 phrases. One phrase is with go out. Another phrase is with get out. And another one with come out. And I want you to tell me which one is correct. Which one is the right one? Is it number 1, number 2, number 3, or is it all 3 of them? So, number 1, listen. So, the wolf is not speaking. I am speaking. The wolf wanted to, number 1, go out of here. Number 2, get out of here. Number 3, come out of here. So let me repeat. Number 1, the wolf wanted to go out of here. Number 2, the wolf wanted to get out of here. Number 3, the wolf wanted to come out of here. Which one is correct? Yes, Jean-Marc.
The word who is correct is number 2.
And number 2 is?
The wolf want to get out.
He wanted to get out of here. Yes. This is what was mentioned in our story. But number 1 and number three are also correct. In this context,
Okay.
number
Coach.
one is correct in this context. Reason why you need to understand the context, because you can say the wolf wanted to go out of here, to go out, to go. I go somewhere, but to go out, it means you are inside and you want to go outside. So the wolf wanted to go out is also correct. The wolf wanted to get out of here. This is correct, because this is what is in the story. And number three, the wolf wanted to come out of here. Is it correct? I said it is correct.
Yes, you said that is correct.
But is it correct? Is it correct? I said it is correct, but I said no, it's not correct.
Coach. Yes, Coach. According to you, is it correct?
According
correct.
to me.
Yes, it's correct.
So the wolf wanted to come out of here. The wolf wanted to come. Why is it correct? It is correct because I am not inside the box with the wolf. You understand? I am outside and I am talking about the situation. So I say the wolf wanted to come out. Come out because I am outside and I see the wolf. I can also say to the wolf, oh, wolf, come out. Come out. And the wolf will come out. So in this context, when I'm speaking like this, the wolf wanted to go out, the wolf wanted to get out, the wolf wanted to come out. All three are correct in this context. So your role, your mission is to get used to as many contexts as possible. Because in other contexts, it won't be correct. And you will be like, but in the dictionary, they say come out means sorti. But when I use it, they say it is not correct because it is not the right context. Reason why we say in French, les mots n'ont de sens que dans leur contexte. This is really true in English. There are many different contexts, many different ways of using the word. And when you change the context, sometimes it changes the meaning of the word. Okay? So the wolf said, please get me out of here. Good. So did the shepherd and the buffalo got the wolf out of the box? Yes or no? Let's find out.
Please, get me out of here. The wolf remained in the box for a whole day. The wolf remained in the box for a whole day. The wolf remained in the box for a whole day.
Okay, imitation. Yes, Francesca.
The wolf remained in the box for the whole day.
Oh, a slight missing point. Say it again.
The wolf remained in the box for whole day.
You are so close. Listen again, please. You'll find out. Listen. Uh-oh.
The wolf.
No. Listen to it now. And you'll see.
Okay.
The wolf remained in the box for a whole day.
The wolf remained in the box for all day.
For whole. There is something between. For
Okay. The wolf remained in the box
For Harvard Day.
No. Listen again. Pay
Okay.
close attention. Listen carefully,
Okay.
Francesca.
The wolf remained in the box for a whole day. The wolf remained in the box for a whole day. The wolf remained in the box for a whole day.
Okay, I'm listening.
It's the same. The same I am heard.
You don't see it, so let me.
Okay.
Who wants to help Francesca? Who? Giselle, Jean-Marc, Ange. It's a bit difficult. Okay, let me help you.
The wolf remained in the box for a whole day.
So the wolf remained in the box. This is okay. But next.
For a whole day. For a whole day. For a whole day.
Francesca, can you say it now? Or you still can't?
For a whole day.
For all the day.
No. Listen. For a whole day.
For a whole day.
You see now?
No. Can we repeat, please?
For a whole day.
For a whole day. For a whole day.
Ow.
She said, ow. Yes, Jean-Marc.
For whole day.
But before whole, there is something. But she's barely pronouncing it, but she's pronouncing something. For a whole day. For a whole day.
For her whole day.
Yes. And when you say it fast, it's like this.
For a whole day.
For a whole day. For a whole day. So when we break it down, it is for a whole day. 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 Francesca, do you see now?
For all day.
Yes.
For all day.
Not a all. For a whole.
For a whole day.
Yes. For a whole day.
The wolf remained in the box for a whole day.
Good. That's it. The wolf remained in the box for a whole day. Okay. So now, after this difficult imitation, what does it mean? So the wolf. Oh, where's my wolf? I really say. The wolf remained in the box for a whole day. A whole day. Not one moment in the day or not 2 hours in the day, but for a whole day, which means from morning till next morning. For a whole day. Okay? So the wolf remained. Okay, he remained. Where is the wolf? He is in the box. The wolf remained. He remained in the box. For how long? For a whole day. A whole day. It means for all the day. But here the phrase is for a whole day. Okay? We are in the month of, which month are we in? The month of July. So the whole month of July is how many days? Tell me, is it 28 days, 31 days, or 30 days? The month of July. The whole month of July. How many days are there in the month of July? The whole month. How many days? Yes, Ange.
31 days.
Good. Thank you. 31 days. The whole month of July is 31 days. It's not 28 days. If it is 28 days, is it the whole month? Yes or no? Ange. If it is 38,
No.
if it is 28 days, is it the whole month? No, it is not the whole month because
No.
the whole month is 31 days, not less. No, no more, no less. It is 31 days, the whole month. You understand? So the wolf remained in the box for a whole day. Okay, so what does it mean in French? Your interpretation. Yes? Yes, tell me. The wolf remained. The wolf is in the box. The wolf remained. He remained. He was kept. They let him in the box. So he remained in the box for a whole day. What does remain means? Sorry. What does remain mean? Sometimes the English grammar is a bit tricky for us francophones. The wolf remained in the box for a whole day. What does remain mean? Remain. Let me give you an example of remain. Remain. So there, I have many things in my box. Okay, there is one wolf. Okay, one pen. No, not this one. This one. This one. This one. So I have how many items are there in this box? One toilet paper, one marker, one phone, one pen, one wolf, fake wolf. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, all those 5 items in my box. Okay, so if I remove one, the marker, how many items remain in the box? How many are there? How many things remain now? How many? Is there still 5 or how many are there remaining? I had 5 plus the marker, but I removed it. Now, how many are remaining? How many items remain now? This is remain. So 4 items remain in the box. Okay. I remove another one. Let me remove the phone. After removing the phone, how many items remain in the box? 3. 3 items. Okay. So now I remove. So I want the wolf to remain in the box. So what am I going to remove? because I want only the wolf to remain, because the wolf is supposed to remain in the box. So I want to remove two more things. So I'm going to remove the toilet paper and the pen. And now only the wolf remains in the box. Only him. So now the wolf remains in the box. So the wolf remained in the box for a whole day. What does it mean in French? I am listening. Yes, Francesca, I saw you raising your hand.
Yes, Coach.
Go ahead.
But not for this question. Can you repeat, please, the question?
No, my question is, I'm asking you to give me the French interpretation. I said the wolf remained in the box for a whole day. I am explaining remain, remain. What does it mean? Remain, to remain. So I say, okay, let me repeat again. I have some items, okay? This is one item, another item, and another item, and another item, and another item. So how many items? 1, 2. So I'm putting all those items in my box, okay? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 items are in my box. Now, I'm going to remove them one by one. If I remove this, do I have 5 items remaining or 4 items remaining? If I remove this item, how many items are remaining in the box? How many items remain in the box? How many? Yes, Francesca.
4 items.
Items remain in the box, okay? If I remove the toilet paper, how many items remain in the box?
3.
3 items. Good. If I remove the phone, how many items remain in the box?
2.
2.
2 items.
Okay. Now, if I remove, now I don't want to remove the wolf. I want the wolf to remain in the box. So what am I going to remove? I'm going to remove what?
The pen.
The pen. Why? Because I want only the wolf to remain in the box. So this is the understanding of remain. So the wolf remained in the box for a whole day. What does it mean? Yes, Francesca.
Le loup resta dans box.
In the box.
The meaning of
this is a box.
Okay. Le loup resta dans la boîte.
For a whole
toute
day.
La journée.
Good.
Toute la journée.
That's it. For a whole day. Okay? So the wolf remained in the box for a whole day. You understand? Good. So you remain. So my question to you now, yes or no? Did the shepherd and the buffalo let the wolf get out of the box? Yes or no? Did they let me? Did Did they let him go? Yes or no? This is your question, my question for you. Did the shepherd and the buffalo let the wolf go? Yes, Jean-Marc. Yes, Jean-Marc.
Yes. Yes, the buffalo.
Did the buffalo and the shepherd let the wolf go? Yes or no?
Yes.
They let him go? Really? Because the wolf remained in the box for a whole day. So how come can he remain in the box and go at the same time? Is it possible?
No. And so, no.
So, okay, let me ask again my question. Did the shepherd and the buffalo let the wolf go? Yes or no?
No.
No, because the wolf remained in the box for a whole day. So they did not let him go. No, they did not let him get out of the box. Because the wolf asked, please, get me out of here. But did they agree? Did they accept to let the wolf get out of the box? No, they did not accept. So the wolf remained in the box for a whole day. Poor wolf. Now, what is next? We are almost at the end of our funny, interesting story.
The next morning.
Yes, imitation.
The next morning.
Who wants to try? Yeah, Giselle.
The next morning.
Good job, Giselle. Great. Say it again.
The next morning.
Good. Thank you, Giselle. The next morning. The next morning. The next morning. Because remember, the wolf. Oh, my computer is going down. One moment. Okay, my battery was almost off, so I needed to plug my computer. I needed to plug the battery. My computer was going down, okay? So I needed to plug it to electricity, okay? I needed to plug the cable, okay? So I'm plugging it. Okay, now it is okay. So the next morning. Remember, the wolf remained in the box for a whole day. Okay? So it was lunchtime. Let's say it was morning when the wolf saw the buffalo and the shepherd. Remember, in the beginning, when he saw them, he said, that buffalo would be a great lunch for me. So you think about lunch when it is before lunch, okay? When you are about to eat. So it was in the morning when he saw the buffalo and the shepherd. So then he appeared and he started asking his stupid questions. And then he was trapped in the box. And so it was still, let's say it was still in the morning. So he remained in the box for a whole day. So from this morning until next morning. So maybe almost 24 hours. He remained there for 24 hours. So the next morning.
The next morning.
Okay. Next. So when you hear next, next, okay? What does it mean in French? The next morning. The next morning. Yes? Yes, Francesca.
Le jour suivant.
Good.
Ou le matin suivant.
Good, thank you. That's it. The next morning. Yes. Next.
The next morning.
So the next morning, what happened? Because our wolf remained in the box for a whole day. Poor wolf was crying, whining. Oh, I'm sorry. I will never underestimate the minds of others again. Please get me out of here. So the wolf, the shepherd and the buffalo, they said, oh, leave us alone. We need to go. Oh, shepherd, let's go home. Leave this wolf in the box. Let him remain in the box. Let's go home. So they left the wolf in the box and they went home. So the next morning, so what happened the next morning? So the wolf slept in the box. Maybe he started snoring, to snore. When you sleep and you snore, what do you do when you snore? You do like this. This is to snore. To snore. So some people are sleeping and they are snoring. So who is snoring when he is sleeping? Tell me the truth. I know nobody will tell me. So don't worry. I won't keep asking. So the next morning, so during the whole day, so after the day we have evening. It is night. And after the night we have another morning. So a new day. So the wolf remained in the box in the morning, in the afternoon, during the night. So he slept. And the next morning, so what happened the next morning?
The shepherd and buffalo saw the wolf learned a good lesson. The shepherd and buffalo saw the wolf learned a good lesson. The shepherd and buffalo saw the wolf learned a good lesson.
Yes, imitation.
The shepherd and buffalo saw the wolf learned a good lesson.
Yes, who wants to try?
The shepherd and buffalo saw the wolf learned a good lesson. The shepherd and buffalo saw the wolf learned a good lesson.
Yes. Is it a bit difficult for you? So let me help you.
The shepherd and buffalo saw the wolf learned a good lesson.
The shepherd and buffalo saw. Okay, yes, Jean-Marc, go ahead.
The buffalo or the shepherd saw the buffalo a good lesson.
Listen again.
The shepherd and buffalo saw the wolf learned a good lesson.
The shepherd of the buffalo saw the wolf learn a good lesson.
Okay, it's good, but in the beginning, listen again, in the beginning.
The shepherd and buffalo. The shepherd and buffalo.
The shepherd and the buffalo.
You added one sound, which is not in. Listen again.
The shepherd and buffalo. The shepherd and buffalo.
Say it again.
Okay. The shepherd and buffalo.
Good, Jean-Marc. It's not the shepherd and The buffalo. There is no the before buffalo. The shepherd and buffalo saw that the wolf learned a good lesson.
The shepherd and buffalo saw the wolf learned a good lesson.
The shepherd and buffalo saw the wolf learned a good lesson. Okay. So, can you say...
The shepherd and buffalo saw the wolf learn a good lesson.
Good. Great, Jean-Marc. Thank you. The shepherd and buffalo saw the wolf learned a good lesson. So what does it mean? So the next morning, the shepherd, okay, our shepherd and buffalo. Today, my shepherd is this. Okay. The next morning, the shepherd and buffalo saw the wolf learned a good lesson. They saw, dear wolf, you learned a good lesson. Good. You took your time to think about what you did, about your promise. Now we think that you learned a good lesson. So the next morning, the shepherd and buffalo saw that the wolf learned the lesson. He learned his lesson. He learned a good lesson. So what does it mean in French? Yes, Jean-Marc.
Le lendemain matin, le fermier et le loup, le fermier et le buffle ont vu le loup qui a appris une bonne leçon.
Good. That's it. The shepherd and buffalo saw the wolf learn a good lesson. Because they gave him a lesson to learn. He said, I promise I will never underestimate the minds of others again. I will be more generous and smarter. Please, get me out of here. So they said, okay, you will remain in the box to think about all this. We go home. You remain here, okay? So, buffalo, let's go home. So, maybe he didn't sleep during the night. He could not sleep. He was thinking about his action, about everything. Oh, why am I like this? No, next time I need to be more generous and smarter. Maybe he was praying. Maybe the wolf was praying all night long. Oh, dear God, please help me. I want to be generous to people. I will never underestimate the minds of others again. So the next morning, the shepherd and buffalo, they came. They saw the wolf learn a good lesson because they looked at the wolf. They looked at the way the wolf was reacting. Maybe the wolf was like this. He was in the box and he was like this, waiting for them to release him. So he was like this. So he was not on a defense mode, or no, he was not on attack mode. Okay? Like, or offense mode. No, he was like this. So when they came back, they saw him. Oh, okay, now you are nice. You are cool. Okay. So what did they do? They saw he learned a good lesson. So did they let him go? Yes or no? Let's find out.
The shepherd and took him out of the box. And took him out of the box. And took him out of the box. And took him out of the box.
Imitation.
And took him out of the box.
Yes.
And took him out of the box.
And took him out of the box. and took him out of the box. So what does it mean? So they saw, the shepherd and buffalo saw the wolf learned a good lesson, and what did they do? Did they let him go? Did they let the wolf go? Yes or no? Yes, they did. What did they do? They took him out of the box. Yes, Jean-Marc.
Faites-moi sortir de la boîte.
Yes, that's it. Good. Thank you. That's it. No, but who is speaking? The narrator or the wolf? They took him out of the box. It is not the wolf talking. Take me out of the box. No, the wolf remained in the box and he learned a good lesson. So he did not say anything. But the buffalo and the shepherd, they saw he learned a good lesson and took him out of the box. Took him out of the box. So what does it mean in French? And took him, they took who? They took the wolf out of the box. Yes. Yes, Jean-Marc.
Ils ont fait sortir le loup de la boîte.
Good. Very good. Thank you, Jean-Marc. So, and took him out of the box. So, took out. This is past tense. Take out. So, take out means get out. We can say, and get him out of the box. Or took him out of the box. So, get out, take out, they mean the same thing. Okay? So, they saw he learned a good lesson and they took him out of the box. So, yes, they did release the wolf. Now the wolf is like, yay! So, what is the reaction of the wolf? Now that he's out of the box, what is his reaction? Listen.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
This is easy. Imitation. Yeah, Jean-Marc. Oh, today Jean-Marc is on fire. Yeah, Jean-Marc, imitation.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
You are not imitating. This is not the real imitation. Say it like the wolf.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Yes?
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Yes, this is more enthusiastic. Thank you, Jean-Marc. So, thank you, thank you, thank you. So imagine, the wolf remained in the box for a whole day. So the next morning, when the shepherd and the wolf and the buffalo took him out of the box, he was happy. So they opened the box. Thank you, thank you, thank you. He's very happy. The wolf is very, very pleased and grateful. Reason why he said thank you. You say thank you when you are grateful. You recognize that what the person did to you is a good thing. You are grateful, so you say thank you. Because when you are not grateful, you don't say thank you. So imagine if he didn't say thank you, you wouldn't be grateful. Maybe he get out of the box and he goes like, he runs away automatically. This is not being grateful. Okay? But the wolf is grateful, so he says, thank you, thank you, thank you. So, and next. So what does it mean? Of course, thank you, thank you, thank you. What does it mean in French? You don't know? Really? Yeah, Giselle.
Merci, merci, merci.
Good. Simple. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, next.
From that day on, the wolf got along better with other animals in the forest.
I know this part is a bit complicated, so let me say it for you.
From that day on.
From that day on.
The wolf got along better with other animals in the forest.
The wolf got along better with other animals in the forest.
And respected everyone's mind.
And respected everyone's mind.
From flying birds to tiny insects.
From flying birds to tiny insects. So,
from that day on, the wolf got along better with other animals in the forest.
The wolf got along better with other animals in the forest.
And respected everyone's mind.
And respected everyone's mind.
From flying birds to tiny insects.
From flying birds to tiny insects. So what does it mean? Now the wolf is released. He is free. Freedom! He is no longer in the box. So from that day on, from that moment, from now on, the wolf changed. He changed his way of behaving. He changed his attitude towards everyone. He became a new wolf, a new person. So he got along better with other animals in the forest to get along better. To get along better. It means to be in a good relationship, to get along better. Now he was in a good relationship with other animals. He was no longer the hungry, cunning wolf. No, he got along better. So every animals, he respected everyone's mind. If you are a bird, flying birds, if you are a tiny insect, he respects you. Oh, birds. Oh, good morning, birds. Oh, okay. Oh, buffalo. Good morning, buffalo. Now he became because he promised to be generous. So he kept his promise. He became very generous. He respected everyone's mind. So, what's your understanding in French? French interpretation. Yes. From that day on, the wolf got along better with other animals. He became a good wolf. He had good relationships with other animals. Elephants, lion, buffalo, sheep, whatever. He was a good wolf, a nice wolf. And he respected everyone's minds. If you say something, he respects you. Oh, I respect what you say. Oh, I respect you. Oh, thank you. So he respected every kind of animals, from flying birds to tiny insects. So he estimated all animals as he promised to do. He said, I will never underestimate the minds of others again. So this was his promise. He kept his promise, and he decided to respect all the animals in the forest. Yes, Jean-Marc.
Depuis ce jour, le loup a commencé à respecter tous les animaux de la forêt, les oiseaux ainsi que les insectes.
Good. That's it. So what does the wolf got along better with other animals? To get along better. What does it mean in French? The wolf got along better with other animals. To get along better, to be in good relationship, to understand, to be with people. Okay? So respect is something, but to get along is another thing. What does it mean? To get along better. To get along better. Yes, Jean-Marc.
On peut dire rester un bon moment ensemble.
When you have your friends, right? You get along better with your friends. You like to be with your friends. So you stay together. You have good time together. You get along better.
Ok.
Yes?
Ils ont commencé à passer un bon moment ensemble.
Exactly. Yes, that's it. You see? So to get along better, okay? So that's the end of the story.